Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Had you resolved the issues?
Yeah, I was stressing. Thought it got worked out.
Hard to explain the difference between checking out and like signing out and
Yeah.
hi Steve. Hi Mary Ellen. Hi Maricel.
Good morning.
All right, so let me check in with this second computer. So I am in my new space. I'm not sure if I had mentioned this to you guys, but I finally moved my stuff over to my
Oh, congratulations.
a shed from Home Depot, whatever, that we just put some plywood on the walls and the ceiling. Here we go. But it's still a bit of a mess because I'm moving in. So I've got this blur, which is very uncomfortable with curls. But for now, I'm going to keep it a bit more. All right, here's everyone. All right, this has been a bit of a tricky Photoshop session in that we've had so many interruptions and we had to cut short the first day. So I'm feeling like there's so much, that we need to, I would say, do to catch up. We're not behind, but somehow since the classes are so long, but there's so few, feels a little bit like there's not enough. Let me put this over here. I wanted to show you guys that there's a new Photoshop class coming up. Is this, let me share. There we go. And so we're in this class here, the one that finishes next week. So we have today and one more class. And there's another one starting next week. Wait, am I lost on schedule? It's not next week. Hold on. Let me open my calendar. Am I thinking I'm in a different spot? We have next week.
Oh, yeah, we start before
Oh.
this one finishes, but it's in March.
Classes. Okay, my brain, I suddenly just felt like something's really wrong. It was my brain. No, okay. No, we do have three today and two more classes, not one more. I'm just saying that's impossible. But the week of our last class, so the week of March 7th, on March 3rd, I start teaching this one, which is twice a week, 5 to 8:45. Okay, and so we're gonna meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times until spring break. So if anyone can make that schedule, I mean, right now I need a ton of students, so I'm gonna advertise it and stuff like that. But we need 20 people. So if there's any inkling that you can take that class or any chance that this is gonna work for you, please sign up. In fact, ASAP. And one thing that's important is that you don't need to be there every single minute all the time. Because you can catch up on recordings. And so if the schedule of Monday, Wednesday from 5 to 8:45 works for you, the CRN, let me put it in the chat. And by the way, everyone, can you head over to the chat and give me a hey ho, good morning. I'm seeing only one good morning. Good morning. And then the Photoshop starting March 3rd, twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays from 5 to 8:45 p.m. CRN, there it is. So I just gave you the information on the chat, Monday and Wednesday. that would be awesome. That would let the class continue, even if we get a couple people. I'm gonna advertise and remind my past students that I've taken this class. I don't normally teach in the evenings, so people aren't looking for an evening class. I mean, Photoshop, I don't teach in the evenings, other stuff I do. So this number definitely has to move. And it'll give us a chance to completely solidify all the stuff that we're learning here. Let's head over to the Padlet where we can, oh, I already had it open. 3 times I had it open. There we go. So here's the posts that you guys have been doing. We spent a good amount of time working on masking. You guys got quite a bit of work done with the balloons and the masking and blacking out white with white or with black with when you wanted or didn't want a certain portion of it into that. I like that some of you guys played around with your own images, and this looks great. You have them up high up in the air, and it kind of matches the shot. Sometimes we just put 2 things together that don't match, but you've got this guy flying and he's in the air, and it's a really, really well done on the mask, and it's actually kind of hard to do hair, even though he has it cropped pretty short. But yeah, it's pretty good. There's a few little things here that you want to maybe get a little bit closer, but very good. And you guys will talk a bit more about what to put things against, and where it comes from really helps. So I don't know what your original image was, but you'll start noticing that when there's areas that in the original photo had dark behind them, and then you put them on a light background, it becomes much harder to cut things out than if they were on a light background. So here you've got kind of in between. The top part of his body is against a very, very light background, and the bottom part of his body is against, relatively darkish. But maybe if someone was against red, for example, originally, then you'd be hard. It would be hard to get rid of a tinge, right? That there might still be on the skin, or green when they're on grass, and suddenly you put them on the beach, then suddenly you have like these little, edges of stuff. So you might want to also consider that the background that you go into might be try to find, to make your life easier, a similar-ish, toned-ish background. The color you can defringe, the green, if this were against grass originally, or red, you can do a defringe thing, which you can kind of get rid of that edge that might have of color. But what's much harder to get rid of is if he had been against, something really dark, to get rid of that outline and stuff like that. So sometimes when you see an outline, you might need to work it a little bit further in. But anyway, great job. Well done. The rest of you guys kept working on the original masking, and I see over here that Mary Ellen tried again with the daisies that we were working with, tried with another flower, but I'm not sure if you were working on it on the one you posted, or if it was part of the class, or if it was still being worked on. So that one seems like it still needed some work. Beautiful background here. The only thing you want to consider when you do backgrounds like this, and it's kind of weird because this is the original, right? And the lighting was falling in such a way that there's this like half light on it. Bit of sun, bit of shade makes sense. In this background, though, there's a little bit of light coming in. You can see where that was happening. When you cut it, I mean, great job on cutting it out. When you cut it out, be careful what you put it against, right? So this is beyond the cutout. You did an amazing job of cutting. When you cut it out and you put it against something, be careful, because you don't have consistent lighting here, right? You have the shade, light, shade, light. And so you need to try to find a background where that will kind of work, unless you're trying to, we hadn't talked about this. This is what I'm talking about right now. When you're cutting things out and putting them on top of things, the question is, are you trying to make it real? I mean, come on, we know that Kobe isn't in the skies, so it's easier to believe that one as a fantasy that looks good against those clouds than if we were to put this flower, for example, and try to make it realistically be in the clouds. Then the lighting on the clouds would have to show some of this. Does that make sense? Or if you have this against whatever snow, make sure there's some dappling on it. So try to do that. Although this is so much dappling as the light coming in from one side and there being shade on this side. So then the sun has to kind of match on your background that the light does that. Does that make sense, you guys?
Mhm.
So in this case, you didn't put it against anything, so I don't know what you're gonna try. So I'd like to see you put it against some stuff and see how it works out. Okay, sounds great. And then here we have layers, vibrance layers, I believe. Yeah, where you're trying to make it the colors pop in. I don't see the vibrance layer, the tool itself, to see how much up you went, but definitely the colors seem quite intense. This sounds like the kind of place that kind of Santa Barbara grass where it's always brown, right? And by popping in the vibrance, you got a really intense bird, and then you've got a little bit of color down here. Sometimes we want to make sure that it's realistic or not. But is this a shot that you took perchance, Mary Ellen? Oh, she was there a minute ago. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, anyone else who had some work or questions? I don't see any questions here. I just see you guys putting your work up, which is great. But if you have any questions right now, this would be the time to talk about it before we continue.
There's Mary Ellen.
Oh, there you are, Mary Ellen. I was talking about your photo of the bird flying off. Is that a photo that you took?
Yeah.
That's great. I love it when people are using their own materials. A lot of times we see people's work out there made with, professional photos, and you go, how can I make my real little basic photo that I took much better? And then, yeah, you brought a lot of color into that. I was saying that I don't see the layer, not the layer, the adjustment layer to see how much vibrance you pumped in or not, but yeah, it's got a nice little oomph going there. Thank you for working on your own stuff. Anything else, Barbara, Maricel, Steve, anything you want to say or comment? I didn't see your post, so any questions? Did you try anything that did or didn't work?
I'm
Nope.
actually still working through most of the video again, so I'll post something early next week.
Okay. Rebecca, your hand's up.
When I was cutting out the flower, the grass behind the color it was really hard to delineate it. Is there a trick for that when your background is almost the same color as your object?
Well, yeah, that's tricky, isn't it? Let me just share again. So you're talking about the fact that your green and the
Mhm.
grass were very similar. So yeah, if you do an automatic subject selection of this, it'll pick up the flower, but it would have a harder time when the colors get very similar, like that little space there probably wasn't well chosen, or like automatically, or this one,
Mhm.
right? Because there's almost no difference. You barely have a bit of a line. So ideally you want some kind of a line to distinguish. And over here, it suddenly goes darker gray. So this was probably better set by the automatic than something like this. And that's when the tools that I'm teaching you come in hand. Precisely, if you don't know how to use the masking and using white or black to select it, then you just have to go with what the computer selects, which would have left this chunk out, which would look really weird. So it's up to you to draw that line by hand. That's what you've got.
Well, it left the leaf out altogether.
Oh, the whole leaf, yeah. There are some tools that are better than others. We've used only the quick select subject, if that's the one you used.
Yeah.
You can
Oh, actually, I
refine it.
removed background.
Oh, okay. You did the remove background, which basically is a select subject plus adding a mask. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. There's like 5 or 6 different tools you can do for selecting, but none of them would be very clear about this because the different tools have different things that they choose. And one of them chooses the edging of subjects. So it would have been very clear that there's a line here and it would go to that. When there's a clear delineation there, it would know, and that would do a good job. But there's no clear delineation there, so that it wouldn't do a good job there, but it might do a better job with that tool of the rest of the leaf because there is enough of a
Mhm.
change over here. Maybe definitely not there, definitely not there. There's another tool that is based on color, where again, this color is different than that color, it'll make a difference. But then here, you don't have much color difference, right? In this part or in that part. This
Mhm.
is Sue in. Here we go. There's another, and then, but that one you can modify and change. So depending on which one, you have a bit more leeway there. So I'm going to show you a couple of different tools and we can see if one works better or not. But you get to a place where really it becomes human eye discernment to distinguish between this and that. Hi, Sue. Thanks for joining us. I see you're on the way or to something or back from something.
Yeah, and the funny thing was when I zoomed in a lot, it became harder to tell.
Yeah, you get to the place where you can't even tell. So if you can't tell, can you imagine Photoshop, right?
Can I ask
So
something?
yes. Mhm.
I assume it's easier, like the bigger the resolution of the images, right? To like discern where the edges
Uh,
are.
yes and no. Yeah, I mean, clearly the more resolution in your image, the easier it is for the image to for the computer to distinguish a difference because there's more definition. But in this case, even if there was many more pixels defining that leaf and that grass, they are still the exact same tone. And that won't change. And if there's no edge, because the way the lighting fell, there's no edge, you're just going to have many more pixels defining that there's no edge. So yes, the image might look better and the definition might be crisper, but if because of the color there is no distinction, that won't change. So it might have a slight edge to it, but not necessarily. In fact, I don't even know that this is or isn't a high res photo. The image doesn't show me any numbers on it. So it might even be a high res photo. But I don't know. Do you have any idea what you took this photo with? What is
I
it?
took
Is
it
your
with
photo?
a real camera. And where would I find the information?
Well, we're gonna head into Photoshop now and we can work on that. I can show you that. Hi, Shelley. Oh, you're not on audio yet. So everyone, make sure you're for those. Remind me, is anyone on VDI today? I think
I am.
Barbara,
Yeah, I am.
Maricel, and Barbara. Yeah, there we
Barbara.
go.
Me too. Me too.
Okay,
Ah,
perfect. All right. So hi, Shelley. Nice to see you. We've been discussing the stuff posted by everyone on Padlet. Let me give you guys the Padlet link so that you can open it so that you have it ready to go for when we are going to head in there again. Usually I put, I'm on the, I have 2 keyboards and I posted it on the wrong keyboard. There we go. So there's a link. So head over to Padlet and have it open on another tab so that when we're ready to start posting, you guys can post easier. And yeah, so Maricel, yeah, is that a question?
Yeah, I've heard you mention it several times about high resolution versus low resolution. And so when we're talking about resolution, comparing it to a photograph, um, at what standard resolution are we taking photographs with, and what do you consider high versus low in relation to that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Resolution of a photo taken, it depends absolutely on the hold on, because I'm signing in and sometimes I can chew gum and twist my arm. I'm putting in a number. I'm sending into the class handouts, but there we go. Okay, perfect. I needed the double factor authentication, which sends me a code, and I couldn't keep talking while putting in a number. All right. So what happens with resolution is that it's inherent to the photo based on what you use to take the photo. So when I asked Rebecca what the resolution was, she said, I took it with the real camera. Now, a real camera, as opposed to a phone, you might have an old real camera that has less resolution than the bestest and the brightest new phone. Not usual. Most real cameras have more resolution, but that's the thing that you can't change, is what you shot it with. And so when you buy a phone or when you buy a camera, it'll tell you how many pixels or megapixels that camera can shoot at. So what it basically means is, I'm a camera that can capture this information and give you 1,000 pixels, or I'm a camera that can capture and give you 2,000 pixels, and you can't change that, right? So whatever equipment you take your photos with, will be having a resolution. And what happens is that the main difference is going to be when you try to print it. So say I photograph a tree with my first good digital camera was could do 4 megapixels, and 4 megapixels, that's when my youngest son was born, who is now 22. And so that's 22 years ago, and it was to do 4 megapixels, and I took these amazing shots of him as a baby with that camera. Now, it was a very good quality camera, so the shots are beautiful and crisp and the colors are great. But I am limited. I can only print that to like an 8x10. If I want to print that as a 16x20 to be in the, big shot in the middle of my living room, I don't have enough pixels to make that shot be any bigger. So it's not a big limitation. How many of us print a lot of our pictures at 16x20? So if you're a person trying to do museum work or fine print work and stuff like that, that might be an issue for you. But if you just want photos for yourself, and you just want to put a really good one now and then on the wall, even that 4-pixel 22-year camera, that was a good quality camera with good lenses, gave me a beautiful shot. That same photo, if I were to take it today with a camera that can do, what is it that the phone can do now? I forget what the newer phones can do. Does anyone have on top of their head? I'm seeing if I can research it really quickly. Give me a second. iPhone. Here, let me just share the screen so you guys can see what I'm doing, because otherwise it's very boring to watch me search. iPhone 16 is the latest one, right? Pro
Mhm.
Max, that's the newest iPhone, at least. Camera resolution, 48 megapixels. So I told you 4 megapixels 22 years ago. Even an iPhone has 48 megapixels right now. Which when 22 years ago, that would have been even more than what a high level professional camera that would cost $10,000 might have had, that the one that fashion photographers were working with, you know what I mean? And it would have cost ridiculous amounts. And so that's changed so much. At this point, just about any camera that you buy, I remember buying like the little point and shoots at Costco, and they were maxing out at 12 megapixels. Well, the iPhone 8 could do 12 megapixels. So you're getting to a place where how many pixels the camera can capture is high enough to make it be as big as necessary for whatever you want to print. And we are going to talk about what I'm saying as big as necessary. We will get to that portion. But it's more now about the lenses and the quality of the lenses and how big anyway, 48 megapixels from a phone, although it can take amazing pictures, it still might not compare to 48 megapixels from someone with a camera that has some really high level, $4,000 lenses and can zoom in. So there's all this other factors that begin to matter. If I take the same thing standing with a, $10,000 camera or with a $1,000 camera, I always, trust me, say that it's about the brain, like the eyes, which will make the better photo. And of course, if you know how to handle the really good camera and you have a different light setting and you have both cameras in the exact same spot, you will get maybe a better resolution out of the one with all the nice lenses in that. But a lot of people buy the $10,000 camera and then they take worse shots than the iPhone because they don't really know how to use it well and how to handle all that money. So it's not about the camera, it's about yourself and where you position your body and how you look at the light. But the limitations of how big you're going to get it, that is not such an issue anymore. Okay. I'm gonna stop my share. So if you're just research whatever iPhone, Android, digital camera, Rebecca, I don't know if it's a Nikon account, whatever you shot with, research it and find out.
Oh, I
What's that?
did. I did. It was a Canon, I believe. 4040Z, and look at it, it was only 840 kilobytes.
No, that's the size of your photo, which is not the same as the resolution
okay.
that your camera can shoot at. But if you put your camera model and say camera model megapixel, it'll just come up and it'll say, oh, 24 megapixels, 36 megapixels, or whatever it might say.
But this was 22 years ago. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that kind of like my photo, I'm saying, of my kids. I'm gonna share now with you when we work into Photoshop, which we're about to head in there. I'm gonna share with you some more options of how we can take this whole resolution thing. But let me take you for a second to our class handouts. So let me head over to this computer and share from here. Because I believe the first day I sent you guys a handout that I wanted you guys to read. And I'm not sure if you have read it yet. It was attached to the first day's homework. This one, new pixels, image size, image resolution in Photoshop. So, and I'm not going to make you wrong if you haven't read it, but just to know how many of you guys got around to reading this one, give me a yes. If you didn't read it, it's okay. Give me a no. I just need to know. I know. So, okay. Okay, couple of no's, couple of yeses. Okay, so all of you who said no, I check the second email. Yeah, after the first day, I sent you an email with links to the first recordings and stuff like that, and I attached this handout to it. Other than that, you can go to the handouts. It's called New Pixels, Image Size, and Image Resolution. So that'll talk in depth about something that I want to spend some time next week. Today, I'll bring it up here and there, but it talks a lot about this conversation we're having. And in order to show you how to make the difference between that 8.5 by 11 print, 4x6 print, or going to the internet, or making a 16 by 20 photo, I want you to have this under your belt first. Okay, so you have a whole week left to read it, so that then the conversation, again, you'll have a lot of questions. It's not going to teach you stuff. We'll go over the material, but it'll give you a good grounding for the conversation that we're going to have, which in a way I can tell by the questions you were having that that you hadn't read it. So Nat reminded me to tell you to read it. And then if you've already read it, I would say move on to how to resize images for email and web with Photoshop, because this one talks about how to resize them for print. And this one, it says email and web, basically anything that's going to be viewed online. Okay. And then there's another one, images are in print quality. So these three, once you read the first one, the others spend a little bit more time specifically on if it's going to the internet or phones or anything on a screen. And this is if it's specifically going to print. So they are more support after this one, but start with this one. Okay. So the name, let me just put the name of the, let me see if I can just grab that name and put it in the chat. So this is the one that I want you guys read this handout. New image, pixels, and resolution. And then people who want to get a little bit more deeply into this, next read that one. And you're going to lose this chat once the class is over, right? So you're supposed to now there we go. Now, I could send you the links, but if I put the links in here and you just click on it automatically, it'll probably ask you, it'll ask you for permission it'll ask me for permission because most of you will link from your regular account instead of from your Pipeline account. And then you won't be able to get to it. So you need to come into Pipeline and get all these handouts so that you can read them, okay? Because putting the link in here to those will only make you frustrated because it won't take you. I can't give anyone else this link and have them get it. You have to be inside of Pipeline for this to work. All right. So that's your homework for after for next week or whenever you can go ahead and read it. And I know that some of you, it's the same one that I've had there for years because that information hasn't changed based on anything. Okay, so let's head over to Bridge, everyone. And let's start with a new material today and then open Photoshop as well. Although you don't really need to open Photoshop because you can just have Bridge open. And when we click on the photo that we're going to continue with, we will open up correctly. Now, I want to say that those of you who are on VDI, was it Barbara and Maricel and Dominic, make sure that you have refreshed your Google, that you have signed out of your Google Drive and reset your Google Drive. Sue, I'm getting a bit distracted. Can you stop your video? I'll stop your video because there's so much, you can stop your video. There's movement
you.
going on and then I'm getting distracted and it was on a different computer for me. And now that I'm looking at that one to start working in Photoshop, I'm seeing the movement before I had you out of scene, but I'm noticing it's getting,
I'm
when
getting
someone's
nauseous.
moving a lot. Yeah, you're getting, you end up getting dizzy. Exactly. Yeah. Whenever there's those in the movie theater and people are, flying, every time they go over a cliff, I'm sitting in my seat, but I always get like, oh, because you can just see the movement. Anyway, enough. All right. So we have a couple of things I want to talk about these photos. Hopefully everyone has their photos up. And notice that there's different endings. This one here says JPEG, JPEG, JPEG. This one here says PSD. That's the one that we worked on the other day, the Photoshop document. Can anyone who's newish to this class remind me? I'm going to go ahead and can anyone who's new to the class remind me why we had to save it as a PSD? What does PSD stand for?
But did we turn AI on? I forgot to mention it.
Oh, no, we did not. Let me stop. I have to stop to start it. Thank you, Rebecca.
So many things to remember.
I wish I have it set to automatically record. So the whole setting, the moment it starts recording, but I cannot set it to automatically AI. That's a restriction that the school has put on it. I guess many people don't like it happening. I don't know, but it's hard to remember. And I had an alarm that said start it, but I'm also starting the class, so I forgot to pay attention to it. So thanks for reminding me. Now the AI is happening. So thanks for that. So okay, back to Bridge. So over here we have different extensions which tell us what kind of file it is. A JPEG as opposed to PSD. Those of you who are newish to the class, not those who have taken it and know this, do you remember the difference? What and why did we have to save it as a PSD and what it stands for? It's not a test, just if anyone knows, just blurt it out or tell me.
So we can open it in Photoshop again, like our last work.
Actually, we can open a JPEG in Photoshop again. So, but you're right in the sense that you can only open it in Photoshop if it's a PSD. It stands for Photoshop document, right? But mainly the reason it's saved as a Photoshop as opposed to a JPEG again is because a JPEG can only be flat, no backgrounds, no layers, right? And so the original photo was flat. Now this one doesn't look much different right now, kind of in tiny. Let me make this a little bit bigger. But in fact, here they were. That one is the JPEG and this one is the PSD, and they're not next to each other. Maybe if I make it one more bigger. Yeah, here they go. So the difference was in that we masked the balloon to make the balloon have better, brighter, more intense colors, and then we masked the sky for it to have better, brighter colors. And that implied a layered file. So when you want to keep the layers, you need to save it as a PSD, okay? You cannot have flat files and then be able to go back and rework that. Because today I might look at this and I might go, oh, I wish I could change the sky because this sky is boring. Well, then you need to still have the mask that you've done before, okay? So that's the layered file versus I'm going to bring it down again a bit so you can see the extensions. So whenever we see a PSD, it has been manipulated. It's not straight out of the camera. A JPEG could be straight out of the camera. That's what most photos come out as. Or it could be that you have resaved after working it. You have resaved another JPEG. So in the workflow of photography, a JPEG could be the beginning and the ending. And in the middle, it goes through a PSD, right? And so the ending is what we call the output export file. And we're going to make it differently if we're going to go to the internet or if we're going to go to print. And what that export file has to have is the conversation that we'll have next week after everyone has read the handout. Okay. But then you'll notice that there's some other extensions like this one here, which says .cr2. And in fact, it's called Balloons Raw, but that's just the name. The extension is which matters, which is .cr2. This one is .nef. This one is .dng. And all three of these are examples of raw files. Raw files, which is a different creature than a JPEG. Let me explain the difference in general terms. All cameras from the beginning of time save a photo as a JPEG. But you know how you can get tons and tons of photos into a little camera and tons of photos into a little phone. And it's because these photos, the moment the camera shoots the picture, it then creates a compression of that image. And in the compressing of that image begins to lose some quality. And you go, whoa, what do you mean a photos are already losing quality? Well, it's just what was necessary for photos to pop out and look kind of okay from the very beginning of digital camera. So JPG is a compression format that is called a lossy format. Lossy meaning it loses quality. So all those pixels that are describing this balloon get chunked in to make more space for other photos, and you lose some possibility of manipulating it once you want to manipulate it because the camera has already dumped that information. On the other hand, these three are raw formats. So when you take a picture in raw format, the camera doesn't compress the photo. So if you look at the size of this photo, this is a JPEG. Whatever, I'm going to grab any of these JPEGs. And when you look over here at the little bit of metadata, you'll see that it says 729 KB, kilobytes. It takes 1,000 kilobytes to make 1 megabyte. Okay, so we're at less than 1 megabyte here. So if this is less than 1 megabyte, look at the size of this one. It's almost 11 megabytes. So you can see the size difference. It's like an ant to an elephant as far as how much information is in this image. Okay. And if you look at the pixels, it's a similar amount. 29,000 by 29,000 is over there, and 29 by 4,000. Actually, this one is almost double in height, but that's not what gives it the height difference. It's the fact that it's raw. So this one's 15 megabytes. This one is 9 megabytes, 10 megabytes. Versus this one, or let me get to any other JPEG. Again, 729. This is another JPEG, 4 megabytes. So this is a higher level. This is more typical to what would come out now in an iPhone. This is a camera photo prepared for the internet. It's very few megabytes. This is a JPEG that has a lot of pixels, even more than any of these. Look, it goes from 46,000 to 7 times 7,000 pixels, many more pixels than this one. Many more than this one. And yet it's only 4 megabytes versus this one. And these two were 15 and whatever megabytes. So the camera takes in all the megabytes that it can take. And if, by the way, this was shot right now with an iPhone 16 that we read was 48K, it would give us even more megabytes. Okay. These are old raw images. And what we get is an image that's been untouched by the camera software. So the untouched by the camera software means that it's kind of flat looking. It actually doesn't look as good as a JPEG. If you take the same shot, JPEG and RAW at the same time, which some cameras can shoot both, the JPEG looks better because the camera gives it a little bit of sharpness, a little bit of warmth, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It defines it to make it look better to the human eye to start with, versus the RAW. It's kind of flat, contrasty, and we need to work on it. So if you take raw photos, you for sure need to work on them in Photoshop or Lightroom or in something. You can't just go straight out the way it goes. Now, why, this is another CR2. Why is CR2, DNG, NEF, why are these names so different? And it's because the raw format is proprietary to each camera maker. So this is a Canon. This was shot with a Canon. This was shot with a Nikon. Okay, so CR2 is for Canon, NEF is for Nikon. There's a list in the handouts. One of these has raw file formats. So these are like extensions. If you have different kind of cameras, so if you have an Olympus, it's ORF. If you have Panasonic, Art, et cetera, et cetera. So these are those, except for the last one, the DNG. The DNG is a digital negative is what it means. And it's a format from Adobe. So what Adobe does is it created its own universal one. And if you shot it in an NEF, when you are working with it, you can convert it to a DNG. If you shot a CR2, you can convert it to a DNG. I'm not going to get into the very technical aspects of this, but this is equivalent to two photos, and then this combines them into one. 2 files, not 2 photos. So there's behind the scenes reasons of the difference between these, but right now if you see a DNG, it's also a raw photo, only it's been processed in Photoshop or it's been taken by Apple. For example, all the raw photos that Apple iPhones can take are saved as DNGs. Yes, Dominic?
Oh, you just answered my question. I was gonna ask if the phones take it in RAW. Yeah.
There you go. Actually, Apple has a proprietary new, what's the name of the new, I'm actually going back to Google, Max, raw I'm listening for Max 4. Um, I think the last set they were giving it a different extension. No, it creates a DNG. Yeah, it does create a DNG. I thought I saw someone saying that they were calling it a different name. Anyway, so yeah, you have to have, I believe you've been able to shoot RAW ever since the iPhone, do I have it right? 12? I think.
So I
Yeah.
think it's a high efficiency format, HEIF.
No, that's equivalent to the JPEG, and it's compressed like a JPEG, only it's actually, it does less lossy, it's less lossy in quality than the JPEG. So that's a format that Apple invented for their phones. That is equivalent to JPEG. So no, it's no, they shouldn't, they save you a DNG. All right. So so what happens is that if I open this photograph in Photoshop, so I'm gonna, this one that says bad job, I'm gonna go ahead and open that one, and everyone please open it by double clicking. It should open in Photoshop. One of you guys had like 2 or 3 different versions of Photoshop, and you had to do a right click and say open in whichever version it was. I think it was Sue maybe. Okay, so here we've opened this one that says bad job in Photoshop. What was the first thing I told you last week you had to do when you, 2 weeks ago? I know, I'll say last week all the time. Last time we met. What was the first thing you need to do when you open Photoshop? Before you do anything else.
I put on my move.
That's true. If you're in some other tool, go back to your move tool at the top. Yep. But there's one other thing I talked about that has to do with checking out if this is a photo that's worth working in. Right?
At the resolution.
We need to see how zoomed in we are or not. We need to
Oh.
go to 100%. So 100%, what was the shortcut for 100%? Command or Control 1. So hold down the command and then tap the number 1, and boom. Now I'm in 100% resolution. Down here at the bottom corner, it says 100% right there. When I started, it's 50%, but that'll depend on your computer, what it started at, but now it should say 100% for everyone after you've done a command or Control 1. Right, and so now I want to move around this image, and can anyone guess why I called it bad photo?
On
And
the upper
to
balloon,
move,
I see a halo.
well, exactly. So to hold the space bar down so that your hand turns, your mouse turns into a hand, and then click and drag yourself around. And when you start doing that, it's looking good, it's looking good. And then look what happens up here at the top. Can you see that? This is a bad job of cutting out and putting a different sky or masking. There's 2 things that are wrong here. A, you see like this gray kind of, not gray, darker teal, I guess, kind of halo. That's one problem with it. What's the other problem on this top of this balloon? What makes it look like it's a sticker instead of part of the environment?
The border.
Yeah, look at that white edging. So remember when I was talking earlier about that photo that Dominic made, that I started, I mean, he didn't have it. Oh, that was the fall. Hold on. Spring. That he showed this photo, and I said that you have to be careful with the edges. Like over here, I'm seeing a bit of a black edge. Like when you draw, you know, cartoons or stuff, that they're outlined with black, and it's just a teensy little bit, but that naturally the body doesn't go, like here, it's much better. It goes straight into the back, but here there's a little bit of a black line. Over here, on the other hand, the leg blends much more naturally into the sky, even though it does go a little bit fuzzy, but you don't see that black outline versus on this little edge, there's a black outline. And that's when I brought, so look at this arm, there's a black outline there and then there's not. So this blends more realistically into the background than that. That makes that little bit here is a little bit of a sticker. So this side of the arm is great. That side of the arm has a little bit of a halo. And by the way, for first time chopping, this is an amazing job you did there. So don't, when I show things, it's to teach, not to make anyone wrong. But that's the example of what's happening here. These people left a white outline halo, and that's not how a balloon would work. It would, a balloon would have a much more natural blending into the sky. So there you go. At 100%, you can see that at far off where we were. So to go back to filling the screen is Command or Control 0. Now that you know where to look, now you're seeing it too. But at first, you might have not noticed it. But this one here, on the other hand, doesn't look like it has that bad effect. See there? There's no white line. But if we approach it, let's see, Command 1, then we look at it and we go, oh yeah, look, there's that weird little halo going on in this portion here. Okay, so things that you might have not noticed before. Now we're going for a very light color to a light sky. It hides. I'm pretty sure that this was cut out the same way, but it manages to hide. Versus when you're going from, in this case, from the light balloon into the dark one, you just see that. If this had gone into a bright, if that balloon was hanging out here, you wouldn't see that white line too much. So that's just a perfect example of what I was talking about, because that white line will blend into this whiter sky. Does that make sense, you guys? Also, you can make it fuzzy. So something that's good about this one here, where I zoomed in a little bit, hold on, is that it's also blending a little bit more fuzzily, so to say, into the sky. So for our eyes, it looks more natural versus this balloon, sorry, over here, where they made a really sharp line with a very high resolution, very sharp balloon, very, very sharp balloon, very, very high, no dots. And they put it against a sky that's not high res. You see how dotted and spotty the sky is, you guys? Can you tell the difference in the quality? So when you approach and you see this is a very highly compressed, very noisy background here with a very non-noisy, very sharp balloon. So again, images don't match. Okay, so I don't want to teach you only what doesn't work. We keep going with what does work, but you can hide certain things when it's lighter and brighter than when it's you know, light edge against dark sky, against dark balloon on top of that. So it's worth, because it's dark, light, dark. But even if this had been cut out really nicely, if you were to approach it 100%, you'd see that difference. Let me go to 200% so you guys can really see what I'm talking about. When I go to 200%, this one begins to pixelate a bit. So you see a bit splotchy too, but look at what a difference in the quality of this background to this background. Okay, so you got to inspect it first whenever you go to use an image. Then always do that by going to Command 1, and then be very careful with that kind of thing. And if you're just showing this on the internet, and on top of this you're writing happy, you know, spring break, come and fly a balloon, and you're putting lots of letters and stuff like that, this is a perfectly good photo. No one's going to be in there. It's going to be a little box in the internet, and there's going to be writing here going, rent a balloon for whatever amount. Yeah, that's fine. Do that. But if this is going to be in a magazine, an editorial, or on your wall, that's going to look horrible when you print it. Does that make sense? It's all about how much work do you put in based on what's your end goal. So the output is really important. And you're going to try as usual to ideally to make the output be perfect no matter what, but you might not want to spend an extra hour making this perfect if this is really going to be a little insert this size on someone's web page, right? With letters all over the place. So you decide what, always anything that you do work with is going to be dependent on how much, what your output is. And you're going to go to the internet? Are you going to go print? Are you going to make it big? Are you going to make it small? How much energy you need to put in for that kind of work to look good. So anyway, but it was a JPEG. I double clicked it. It opened just fine in Photoshop as a flat file. Let's go back to Bridge. And now let's open a raw file. Okay. So we can go to this balloon since we're going from that kind of balloon to this kind of balloon. Let's make this be the balloon class. This one. And when you double click on a raw file, no matter the extension, okay, it doesn't matter which extension, these are all raw files. I'm going to double click on it. If you like, you could also right click and say open in Camera Raw. But if you just have a raw file and you double click, it will open in Camera Raw. Now, if you've never used Camera Raw, instead of having this, what you'll have right now is a big welcome to Camera Raw kind of screen, in which case you need to scroll down, and at the bottom of that, you'll be something like okay or next or continue or something like that. And then you will open this creature right there. Once you get to that opening, go ahead and give me a yes. All right. Now, this thing that's floating here gets really confusing with the stuff that's behind it. You know, I'm going to move it to the edge and I'm going to stretch it so that it covers on top of my Photoshop, because it's really confusing to have Photoshop and Bridge and everything else. Now I have them one on top of the other, and I'm just in Camera Raw. So this is the Camera Raw engine where we get to modify and process a raw photo. That said, all those JPEGs that you have, you can also work them in here in Camera Raw. So I'm going to actually say cancel now. Everyone say cancel. And let's go back to Bridge. And maybe I did want to work with this JPEG in Camera Raw. How would let's open a different one just to have something else. How about if I wanted to work with farmwires.jpg? But once you learn the tools of Camera Raw, you might go, oh, I really want those Camera Raw tools. Right click and force it to open in Camera Raw. For this one, for sure, you need to do that, okay? Because a Camera Raw, if I double click, it'll, a JPEG, if I double click, it'll take me straight to Photoshop. So right click, open in Camera Raw. And here we are. It opened inside of the Camera Raw tools, okay? But this is a JPEG to start with, which is fine. I can use 99% of the same tools. The difference is that this image inherently already especially at the edges and the dark blacks and in the light whites, it has less leeway. But other than that, you can use the same tool. So now let's cancel. Let's go back and open the balloons, which would, since it is a raw file, just a double click opens it in Camera Raw. So now after taking you back and forth to show you how to open a JPEG in Camera Raw, let's actually work with a raw image to find out what these tools are and why you might want them so badly, because they are truly pretty spectacular. And a lot of what we did the other day with the air balloons and the masking, which we're going to keep practicing because masking is crucial, Camera Raw couldn't do for years and years. We've had Camera Raw for years and years and years, and Camera Raw couldn't do any masking. Well, as of, I'm going to say Photoshop 2023, so 2 years. This one is 2025. So I think as of 2023, or no, 2024. It started last year. With Photoshop 2024, a huge new feature of masking appeared in Camera Raw. So there's less need to do all the masking that we did for the balloon if you can get it handled over here. So for a lot of photos, you can resolve them straight inside of Camera Raw and not need to do the precise the masking we did. But let me warn you, in Camera Raw, the masks are only the automatic ones, like the subject, remove subject, background that we did the other day, and you can't go in and paint it and fix it. So you know how we did those flowers and we discovered that the edges of the petals in the between the edges of the petals, it wasn't a really good job. That's kind of what raw will do. So if you have something that's complicated, you'll still have to do that masking in Photoshop. Okay. On the other hand, it's amazing how much better the masking is getting in here. So you can do a lot that you could not do even a year ago. So Camera Raw is becoming even more useful than before. So we're here in Camera Raw. And I'm going to go ahead and go back to Bridge for a second. You don't need to, but I'm going to show you again. I'm going to open up the balloon that we worked with last. Let me cancel here for a minute. Just as a reminder that in order to get the balloon to look one way and the sky to look another way, we use some masks. Okay, so this was the original photo. Very washed out sky, very dark balloon. We created a mask. We gave it some levels to lighten it. We gave it some vibrance, and then we inverted the mask and we gave the sky some vibrance. And that's when we stopped working. We could do more, but that's the part, that's where we stopped. Okay. But each one of these happened on a different level, and they are all non-destructive because I can just turn the little eyeballs off and we go back to the original image, right? So we can just say, oh no, I really want it to be even darker, even lighter. I can just double click, open it up again, and now change it completely again. So it's not only non-destructive, but it's also editable and scalable. I can still do whatever I want with it. Okay, does that make sense, you guys? That's the beauty and the benefit of doing things in layers versus doing them flat to the original. Now back to Bridge. Now I'm going to stop going back and forth. Over here, we don't have layers. What we have is a tool that's going to apply changes similar to the ones that we just applied, and it's going to collect the information in some background brain that Camera Raw has, and it's going to apply them as software, as code. So when we're done, and we're done with this image, it applies to the whole image. You don't see layers, and you can open it again and keep changing it, but you don't see layers. It's all applied to the image. And you can open it as a flat JPEG that's all corrected in Photoshop. So let's talk about what we could do here. So first of all, we're in the basic tools setting, which when it first opens up, it's got the basic tools. And if you go from top to bottom, it kind of follows the work flow that you might want to follow. At the very top, it says edit. Yes, Barbara?
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to open it.
The in Camera Raw?
Yeah. Could I please share my
What is
screen?
your computer doing? Yeah, I'm wondering.
Like I'm in VDI. Everything is work, but I'm not able to open
Go ahead and share your
the-
screen.
from here. Bridge. And here
Oh.
balloons.
Yeah, you need to sign out and sign in. This was happening to Dominic. He asked me over break. You
Oh.
need to, every time you leave Google, you need to, you leave VDI, you need to sign out of Google Drive and open up again, because otherwise it doesn't recognize it. So go over
Oh,
here.
so
Let
how
me-
can I sign
let's
out?
head over here. Do you see down there?
Yeah,
That
here.
little tiny
Okay.
arrow. Okay. Now click
Mhm.
on Google Drive. Yep. Go up to the settings and go to preferences right there and say no, no, thanks. Okay, give me a second. And then up here in these settings,
Here?
yeah, say disconnect account.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then disconnect. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, now you don't have, so now you need to re-sign in. So get started
Okay. Uh-huh.
and sign in again. So each time you leave VDI, you need to sign out
Okay.
and then sign
Uh-huh.
in. Otherwise, you need to sign out and sign in like now you're doing at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
And then when it comes in, it should work. Sometimes it gets stuck and it needs it to be refreshed. Like
Mhm.
you might need to leave Bridge and come back in, but that technically should if you do it like right now when you're on Zoom, I'm going to stop your share. It should work, and then the photos won't be
Mhm.
pre-corrupted, so to say. They're not corrupted, they look corrupted, and that's why they can't open. So let me know once you get to that if it worked. Okay. All right, here we go. Share my screen again and Photoshop. All right. So here we are in, sorry, I didn't mean to, but I clicked over here and it zoomed in. I'm going to click again and zoom out. It's important to also be at 100%. So right now, although you see the number 100% here, it really is the first number that matters. Right now, I'm showing this at 31%. 31% is what it does to fit this into my screen. If I click on 100%, it went to 100%. And now I can again hold my space bar down and explore to see if this is the image that I want. And pay attention, you guys, that it looks like the image is ending naturally against the edges of the background, whatever the file locker it's against, right? You don't notice it looking bad. It almost is blurring a little bit into the black. Once we tried to mask this image and put it, for example, against a light blue sky, you will see a black edge around these balloons because it's bleeding in from this background. So this would not be a good set of balloons to put against a white sky. You should find another one, or you'll have to cut into the balloon a little bit and eliminate that whole black edge before it can look good on the white sky. Does that make sense? Just because of what background it's against. So if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to put these in a photo of my daughter's garden party against green, you're going to have a black edge that you're going to have to take care of. Anyway, it's not impossible. I'm just warning you what would happen. All right. So here we are. If you've gone to 100% and you have liked it, then you can go back down for color. If we're going to do any work that has to do with focus masking, you have to go to 100%, but just to work on the general color right now, it's fine to be at 100%. Okay, so now here on the right side, by the way, did that work, Barbara? Is the photo opening now?
Yes, I
Okay, great. All right, so we're going to go over here to the top, and I believe I showed you a little bit of a histogram in the photo in the class that we did the other day, where I showed you the histogram that showed you the pixels that were on the left were the dark ones, on the right were the white ones and stuff like that. In the levels, and just in case you don't remember, let me not just, but here in the levels, when we double clicked on it, we showed you this thing here where on the left we had the black pixels and on the right we had the white pixels, remember? So this is a histogram. And when you have a histogram, you can move the levels around, and then this is the midtones. Remember that? Okay. So this is a histogram as well. It happens right now, it's showing it to me in colors versus the levels when we're in black and white. But it's basically saying there's a lot of black. And yeah, there's a ton of black up here in the background. And then all the others are pretty mid-tone-ish. And then we get to the a few little highlights at the top. So look at my mouse, and this one's a little bit hard to explain. I'm going to make some circles here, here, and here. They weren't very good circles, but that way now you can notice that when I hover over this area, and I kind of made that circle there, I've hidden it. I've hidden the words, but if I look down there, it says shadows. The moment I point to it, it goes away, but it says shadows. So this is my shadows of my image. When I'm in the middle, it says exposure. Those circles don't help at all. And then when up here, it says highlight. Those circles didn't help at all. So let me clear them up. It doesn't even point to the right thing. So just look right now. where this says ISO 250, whatever, when I point to this area, now it says shadows. When I point to the very end, it says blacks. When I point to the middle, it says exposure. Over here, it says highlights, and over here, it says whites. You see that? These different areas get defined in the word over there. Now, why does that matter? Because we're going to be able to manipulate those type of lightings separately. And we're going to do that here under this feature that says light. So let me open the light. And here you see exposure, contrast, highlights, shadows, whites, and blacks, which are those 4 words that I've been talking to you about. Okay. So if I think that this thing is overexposed or underexposed, I can grab this exposure thing and I can brighten the whole image. I can darken the whole image. Brighten or darken. Now, when I'm like, no, I think it was fine the way it was. How do I get back to the middle? Just double click. Boom, back to the middle. Okay. Unless the photo really is badly exposed, which with automatic cameras, it's much less frequent, then you might want to do exposure. But notice that when you do the exposure, everything gets lighter, everything gets darker. As you know, like in the balloon the other day, we couldn't lighten everything because the sky was going white. We had to be more careful. So if we want to change something, we actually need to go to these others down here and make only the highlights lighter or darker, only the shadows lighter or lighter, et cetera, et cetera. The one I'm going to skip right now is contrast. I'll show you why. Well, I won't show you. It's also global. Contrast decides for itself which colors are needing to go brighter and which ones need to go darker, because in order to get more contrast in a photo, you need to have the brights get brighter and the darks get darker. If you want to eliminate contrast, then the brights are going to go darker and the darks are going to go more muddy. So if I move to the right, I'm increasing contrast, and look at how black the background is getting, right? So, and how intense the colors. It's not like it's getting brighter, it's getting more intense. And then if I go to the left, my colors got muddy and my gray got muddy and everything got kind of lacking in contrast. Does that make sense? So it automatically decides it's global. It applies to the whole image, but you don't get to choose what goes lighter, what goes darker. In this case, it's a very obvious what's dark and what's light, but sometimes it's not. Give me a second. I need to, I just step on my shoelaces and even though I'm standing still. Once I move around a little bit, I'm afraid I'm going to trip on my own spot because I stand when I teach and I just had a shoelace hanging out. Okay, so those 2 are global and now and then they're great to use. But highlights, shadows, whites, and blacks gives me control over the different parts of the image myself. So I'm going to grab the highlights now, which is, remember, you had over here whites, highlights, exposure, shadows, and black. So black and white are the 2 extremes. Highlights are the light-ish colors. Shadows are the dark-ish colors. And exposure is somewhere in the middle, right? The gray tones. So I'm going to grab the highlights and I'm going to move them all the way to the right. Okay, all the way to the right. And if you look at the balloon, see if I can move this over a bit more so it's a bit easier to focus on this. For the most part, only the balloons are changing. And if you look at the background, only the lighter, brightish areas of the background are changing, like the handles on the cabinet. But for the most part, now if I go to the highlights in the bottom, now all the balloon lightness is darkening, but the black, which is already pretty black, is staying black. So if you look at the histogram up here, then notice that I'm moving, the highlights are dragging over or dragging under, like these are all changing, but the blacks are pretty much staying the same. Right now, let's head over. Let me double click let's head over to the whites. I'm going to skip the shadows and move over to the whites. Now, when I move to the whites, I'll discover that there's a much bigger difference because I'm dragging everything over. And boom, things that used to have color now have gone white. There's no color there. And the whole histogram got dragged along with it. And so now suddenly this that was black is gray. So everything kind of got dragged along. If on the other hand, I were to go to the left, not much different. just a little. So you never know, depending on your photo, what difference things will make. So that's the light colors. Now we're going to head over to the shadows. And again, the midtones, there's not many midtones here. It's these low ones. If I lighten them, notice that the slightly darker areas of the balloons are changing. And then if I go to the left, some of these are beginning to get lost because they were the darker shadows. But again, not much change. Why? Because I don't have that many pixels of those tones there, but I have a ton of blacks. So when I start to move my blacks to the right, I am lightening my blacks. When I move them to the left, everything goes pitch black, like no detail. So basically, without having to do any masking, we've been able to work on different parts of this image just based on their tones. Does that make sense? So now, this image isn't one that might or not need that much work, depending on your point of view. You might go, oh, yeah, the whole thing needs to be lightened, or the whole thing needs to be darkened, or whatever you want to do. But without masking, based on the tones, you can do some work. So I'm going to go ahead and move my whites over a little bit. Leave the highlights as they are. And I'm going to choose to make my shadows a little bit lighter because I want this to look like a filing cabinet. If we leave it how it was before, it's going to look like balloons hanging in the middle of nowhere, which might be your choice. But I actually want my cabinet to look like an office cabinet. And then I'll get rid of this stuff that wasn't even visible before. And then there you go. So that's kind of what I want to do. I'm noticing that your video is on again, Sue, so I'm stopping your video again. So if you guys notice it when she comes into focus that she's moving, please let me know, because right now I have you guys off on the other screen and I don't pay attention when I'm teaching so much to the movement. Okay, so everyone go ahead and move your things around more or less until you feel like you've made some changes that you like. Again, this photo isn't necessarily one that needs a lot of changing, but you might want to do that. Let me see. Hi, Alan. Nope, Alan just showed up. Okay. So that's an example of working with light in an image image that we didn't mask at all, but we played around with the different tones and qualities of light. Now, if we love what we did, but we're not sure because instead we don't want to move it back and forth every time to see if we like it, there's this little eyeball right here that we can just hold it down. That's before, let it go. This is after. Hold it down, let it go. So we're not changing the settings. We're just having it go like before and after. Okay. Toggle the visibility of what changes I did to my light. Now I can close that little feature of light, leave my changes there. And now I can head over to color. Any questions about the part of the light? Hi, Alan. Oh, sound is still not connecting with Alan. So I don't know what's happening. He's still trying to connect. Let me stop it for a minute. Sometimes when people are trying to connect and I'm sharing, it's a little bit harder. Any questions about the light and exposure? All right. If that worked for everyone, before we continue on to the color, which is I said what we were going to do, I'm actually going to first show you, okay, so what happened with those changes? If I'm happy and I don't want to say that I don't want to make any more changes on this photo, where do we go from here? I closed this only to show you the next one, but it's not like you need to close it, but let me just show you where we go from next. Let's head all the way down to the bottom. If you're on a Mac, it says cancel, done, open. If you're on a PC, it says open, done, cancel. They're inverted. So don't look at my position, look at the words. If I want to lose all the changes that I made, I would say cancel, and we'd go away like nothing happened. But I don't want to lose the changes that I made. Say that I really like what I did, but I don't need to do
You're freezing.
anything else. I don't need to
Diana?
go into Photoshop or anything else. I am happy. Then, is anyone else not hearing me? Can you all hear me? Okay,
I
am I
can't hear you
frozen?
either.
Yeah, you're just cutting out a lot, like stuttering.
That is so weird. I'm on a really strong connection here right now. I'm gonna try something new, so I'm gonna
Now you're good.
disconnect, guys. If
Now you're
don't
good.
don't leave. Yeah, but it might come and go. I'm gonna try something else. So just don't. Oh, wait. Okay. Does look like this might be the strongest. I have another Wi-Fi I can switch to, but this one's not picking up the second one. So I need to figure out, since I moved, what's happening. Okay. All right. And Alan is still trying to connect. So I'm not sure what's happening there. He's having some kind of an issue, but since his audio isn't connecting, I'm gonna leave it there. Okay, so back to Photoshop. So say that I'm done working and I love what I've got, but I don't need to go into Photoshop for any reason. Then I can just say the word done. So let's try that out. Let's just say done. And this opened up again because I had Photoshop open, but let's go back to Bridge. And there is my that I was just working on. Am I back and forth again? You're doing like this, Rebecca?
Mhm.
Can you not hear? You're not hearing me?
Here,
How
in
frustrating.
like this. This is
Um,
how you're coming. And I've
oh,
never
that's
experienced
horrible.
that with you before.
Let me stop that. No, maybe it's my new location. Let me stop for a minute. I'm technically, can I do this? I'm half, let me change the audio to my other computer. Give me a second. Can you hear me now? Okay, that won't help. This is just audio so that it doesn't break off as much, but that won't necessarily help if the computer is freezing. That's a whole nother issue. But anyway, at least audio shouldn't break off. So if you guys see my video freezing, let me know. But I can't switch this computer to this Wi-Fi yet. I don't have that set up, but at least my sound shouldn't technically be breaking off. Let me know. Which might help at least follow what I'm saying. And then you tell me if my image seems to be jittery, okay? All right, so let me share again. Back to Bridge. So we said done. And what happened is when we go back to Bridge, we discover that the same image that we were working on now has this little tool thing here. This little tool icon means that we've been working on it, that's been worked. And if there had been any drastic changes here, you would see the drastic change. I can see that the background is lighter, which is the only big change I made. It used to be very dark. But this is showing me that I have made some changes. Now, if I want versus this one that has no changes made versus this one that does. But this is also a raw and it has no little icon there. And this one didn't have one before because it hadn't been worked on. So if I double click on it now again, so now let's open it again. Now all the settings that I had worked on are still there. Like I can still go to before and after. So it's also a non-destructive change. And I can go ahead and go back and say, no, now I want the blacks to be really dark. And I can still do that, right? And I can keep playing around with this all I want. It's editable. This is called editable. I can still keep editing this. So now I'm going to make the blacks really light to make this be a light gray. just so that I can see some change. And I'm going to say done one more time. When I go back to bridge, then there I have my light change. Okay. Now, I don't see the layers. I just see the changes in Camera Raw. I'm going to open it one more time. And now, what if I want, let's say that I finished editing this, that I love what I have. There's many other things I could do, but I do want to move it into Photoshop because I do want to take this out and put it against a sky, for example, right? Or for many other reasons, maybe because the masking wasn't perfect and there's some holes in there that didn't get affected and I really need to keep working on that mask, then I need to go into Photoshop. So to do that, instead of cancel, which loses everything, done keeps everything, but I'm done. Open is what I would do next. And there's a couple of different ways to open. And see here where next to the open, there's a little triangle. There's open as object or open as copy. Right now, I'm just gonna click on open and nothing else. And then we can, hold on. I'm gonna stop my share because sometimes my Camera Raw goes gray when I'm sharing, and it just did. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and click on open. And what's gonna happen is that now my balloons opened up in Photoshop. But remember I had left the gray much lighter. So this is my modified version. This in Photoshop is flat. I don't have layers, but this is the modified version of my photo. So if I'm happy with all my changes and I just want to start from here to do something with this image, I'm ready to go, but I can't go back and go, oh, I wanted the green to be darker. I can do it in here, but I'm kind of done with those changes I did in Camera Raw. So as everyone is here, if everyone moved through and put this open in Photoshop and you're all good with that portion, then give me a yes. Mary Ellen, how you doing? You need a hand? Are you stuck somewhere or you're just not giving me a yes yet?
Well, I've lost the Camera Raw.
Okay, go ahead and share your screen so I can see where you're at. I mean, if it's possible that you just closed it and need to open it again, but just show your screen. Meanwhile, you guys, go back to Bridge while I'm helping Mary Ellen and open another Raw and move things around and close them. And just, there's 3 in front of you there that you can do just to play around with something and see the other features. Or with the balloon itself, you can open it again. Okay, so yeah, you need to open the photo again on its own. So you need to go to the balloons Raw and double click. Just the balloons, doesn't need to be the little, just the balloons, double click. And there you go, you're back in Raw. Oh, hold on for a minute. Hold on, don't do anything. Don't do anything. I forgot to mention, when you first open Raw for the first time ever, there's this, let me point. There's this whole area here taking a lot of space out of your screen that you don't need. For now, you don't need that. So click on this button so that it can go away. Yeah, there you go. That I forgot that if you guys are the first time. Now, if you click on it again, it'll open up again. And let me explain really quickly. If you open, leave it open. Click on it one more time. If you had opened 3 or 4 photos and you wanted to have them all and working them at the same time or comparing them, then this is like a strip, a contact strip or whatever, a light strip, which shows you all the 4 photos. And then you can go, okay, I want to work on this one now. You click on that and you work on that one, and this one, you work on that one. So that's what this is for. But if you're not working with a bunch of photos, it just takes up space. So then you can turn it off. So that's a feature it's just an on and off by clicking on that guy, okay? So there you go. Now, if you wanted to make your changes and you like what you had and you want to now be ready to do it in Photoshop, like I had mentioned, then head over here to the open and it'll open in Photoshop. There we go. Now it's a background image in Photoshop, and your Photoshop now needs to be expanded to make it be as big as your raw, or you needed to make your bridge small as your Photoshop, whichever it is, but it's confusing otherwise to have like photos on top. Like, go back to your bridge for a second. I think it's your bridge is on top of your Photoshop. Then it's confusing to know which one is which. So I recommend having them the same size. But anyway, you got it all going. Back to Photoshop, and there's your single layer, and I'm going to stop your share, and life is good. So bridge only opens up when you have a photo that you're working on it, and once you move on to something else, not bridge, camera raw opens up when you have a raw photo that you're working on, and then when you leave it, it just closes up until you open it again, or you open another one. Yes, Rebecca? You're muted.
When I got back to bridge, next to my balloons, it said balloons raw XMP.
Okay, so yeah, let me go ahead and share so people can see what you're talking about. So remember I said I'm not going to get too technical on the RAWs, but that it's 2 files. But it's a good chance to explain it. So go ahead and share your screen so people can see, because they might have it too. Okay, so here now you have not only your balloons, right? But you have Balloon RAWs XMP. And I mentioned that the way RAW works is the photo doesn't, it's like in Photoshop, the layer that doesn't get affected, but another file gets created next to it, an XMP file, that has instructions that when you open one, this one says, ooh, make that background that was dark, make it lighter. So when I see this image, it looks lighter because this is code informing, make that red be darker, make that gray be lighter, make that whatever. So they are 2 in 1. Have you ever had like, anyway, you can't open this one without this one opening up. That's because it's a CR2 or an NEF, anything straight from the manufacturers. When you modify this one, you'll also have a white coffee balance.xmp. But I have those hidden. If I go over up to a file, so go ahead and click again, because I'm seeing Zoom work. Please click on bridge so it pops up. Click on bridge. Okay. So over here in view, you can go to hidden, view hidden files. You have show hidden files on. You turn off show hidden files. See how it disappeared? It doesn't mean anything. It just means that there's no need to see it, and this is how mine is set up. So so basically this image, when you open it, the XMP is there and it's working with it. Now, this is a good time to explain what's the DNG. The DNG that Adobe made is sometimes if you transfer this file and don't transfer the XMP file, you are basically disconnecting layers, if you want, from the image. So what the DNG is, have you ever seen those Tupperwares? Like if you go to work with a salad in one Tupperware and the dressing in another Tupperware, that's the SMP and the salad, right? The XMP and the image. But have you seen those Tupperwares that have like a little line or a little bucket to put the salad dressing? That's the DNG. It's a container that holds 2 in 1. So even when you were viewing the hidden files, you didn't see an extra one for the DNG because they're combined. It's still 2 files technically in the background, but for us, it's only 1. So when you transfer DNG, both files are connected. It's a little salad Tupperware. Okay. Oh, Alan's, your sound is on now. Cool. Thanks for joining us. All right, so that's what that was. And if you want to show them or not, go to the view. If you don't want to show them, then don't, but that's what that was. So for everyone who was seeing that XMP, You can see them or not. You'll never need to open that XMP file. So having it hidden is fine. All right. That's what a DNG is. It's like it's a wrapper. Okay. I'm going to, the alarm went off a little bit ago for our first break. So can we do, what time is it? It's 10:37. Let's do a 10-minute break. Okay. So let's be back at 10. Be back at 10:47. Actually, let's say 48 because by the time we finish talking and questions, it'll be 10 minutes. Back at 10:48 a.m. and set yourself a little alarm so that in 8 minutes it warns you to trundle back. And then we'll continue and do some bit more amazing things than what we did with this one, but we're open another one. So Alan, you just joined us, but we're going to take off for a little 10-minute break, okay? So
Okay.
I'll see you all in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, it took a little bit longer. I'm trying to figure out the Wi-Fi issue. I'm gonna have to figure out a plan B because I have my MIG computer wired in, but the laptop I'm teaching it is on the Wi-Fi that's from the house. So yeah, had to start using the stuff and discovering what doesn't work, right? And in this case, this is not working. So, all right. Let me back to here. So, okay, I've been forgetting to ask you to do posts in Padlet. So let me head over to Padlet again, and let's get these balloons and things that we've been working with. Let me give you the link one more time. And if anyone has been posting to Padlet and you remembered, then please remember to tell me. There's the link in the chat. Nope, I see no one did post to Padlet unless I need to refresh. So let's do that. Here we go. So if you were in Camera Raw, if you're not in Camera Raw anymore, you can just go open the balloons again in Camera Raw by double clicking on it and then do a screenshot of being in Camera Raw with your settings changed, and then head over to Padlet and put it on Padlet. So I'm going to go ahead and this little plus sign and put your name in first. Some of you guys haven't been posting. It's a small class and not posting, so it's kind of hard because then I don't get to see what's happening in class. So let's post it in there. If you need a reminder for how to post, here we go. If you need a reminder of how to post, the first post here shows you what you need to do, which is Command-Shift-4, save, or Windows. Let's get some posts going of Camera Raw, please. And if you'd rather post them later, then do the screenshot now. And then you can post the post itself. You can do it a bit later, but please don't forget to do the postings. All right. Cool. So let's go back to Bridge. Oh, I left camera open. I'm going to cancel. So the last thing we had done was we had opened this photograph into Photoshop. We're not going to use it now in Photoshop. I'm just going to show you how you can use it in Photoshop. But let's close it. We don't need it in Photoshop open either. So it'll say, do you want to save changes? Because we don't, well, if we want this one again, we just open it again and bring it into Photoshop again. So let's say don't save. I'm going to close these the other ones that we had worked on first, the bad job one. Close that one because we don't need to learn from that one anymore. And I still have open the one that I was showing you the differences. I'll leave that one open because I'll probably come back to show you something else. But let's go back to Bridge. Just by closing all that is to clean up all the different things that we have going to make the computer have less work to do when you're on Zoom. Okay, so now I want us to work on let's head over to this one that says colors DNG. And in this case, it already has the little settings that it means it's been worked on in Camera Raw. Remember the little icon here that has this is what this icon represents, is those little sliders that we move back and forth. Okay. That's the representation of, oh, look at that. I have this camera on. Oh, you're seeing a little bit of that. Not necessarily. Get confusing to see me sideways because my other computer that's on the side is showing, and that can also be distracting. All right. So so this is a DNG. That means it's a raw file, but it's already been worked on. Now I don't know who worked on it and who didn't. I mean, you guys don't know who worked on it. It's not a work that you did with it. So how about we clear it out without even going into Camera Raw? Let's just clear these settings out. So basically, I just want to start with this one from scratch, from Camera Raw, without any weird old settings it might have or not have, or that you might now, 5 years later, know what to do better. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over here and we're gonna right click on the little icon, right click right there, right? And then instead of opening it or whatever, we're gonna go over here to the develop settings. And we're gonna just clear all the settings. Clear the settings. We could also go to Camera Raw defaults, but that would still leave the icon there. It'll just be set to nothing. But if instead you go to clear the settings, then that basically that XMP file disappears. And you're starting from scratch on a file that's not been modified or changed or touched at all. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So again, right click and develop settings and then clear settings. Now notice that there's a pretty cool thing here, which is also copy settings. So say that I had worked for hours on this balloon, and then for one reason or another, maybe I took 5 shots of that balloon, and then I go, you know what, I want to open this balloon, maybe something is more in focus or whatever, but I don't want to do all the work again. Well, I can just go into this one, copy the settings, and then go to this one, right? And I could have just pasted the settings on this one. Actually, you put them inside. So then you can have them more, or you can open 2 or 3 at a time. So right now, let's say that I want to open all 3 of these at a time, all 3 raw at a time. So I'm going to click on the first one, hold down my shift key and click on the last one, and everything that's in the middle gets caught up in it. Or I could just click on the first one and then the second one and then the third one. It doesn't matter right now, as long as they're all in a row, all 3 will open up. And since they're all raw, different extension names, but they're all raw, we can just double click and they'll open, or you can also do the right click and open in Camera Raw. It doesn't matter, because since they're all raw, they will open in Camera Raw. Now, had I included a JPEG, then JPEG would open itself in Photoshop, unless I specifically right click and say open in Camera Raw. So since these are all Camera Raw anyway, all you need to do is open all 3. And I just did this to show you how it works to have 3 raw files open at the same time. So this one has the changes that we made to it already. Then I click on this one and it doesn't have any settings changed. And then I click on this one, it doesn't have any settings changed. These are what I meant about that timeline. Now, if the timeline didn't show up for you, then that's the area that I said, click on it. Not the time, it's not a timeline, I'm sorry, it's a light strip. And I click over here and I can work on 3 at the same time. Normally, you might do this to 3 similar images. You have this person in front of the seaside and you have 4 of them and you want to compare. Well, then you can also do that, and then you can copy the settings and then just drag them onto the other 2. So there's all these other things you can do with 2 or 3 different ones. Now, let's go ahead and, oh, my good old every now and then, and I'm on raw on Zoom, it goes gray and I have to stop the share and I have to restart the share. It doesn't like, it's crazy when it does that, but it does that. And yeah, so now let's go ahead and say cancel, because I didn't need all 3 open. It was just to show you what this strip is for. Let's cancel out and we're all back at the beginning. All right, so now let's open this color.dng on its own. So we're going to go color.dng, and since it's a raw, double click. It's going to open in Camera Raw, and here we are. So once you have just the color DNG open in Camera Raw, if your timeline is still open, again, I call it a timeline because that's where the timeline goes in Photoshop, film strip. Bring it down because we don't need it, and it just occupies space. All right. And now let's go ahead and give me a yes if you have color open. So I'm going to close light for a second. And I'm going to go ahead and show you something above light that I didn't show you last time. So when you open, you've got look at how different the histogram is right now. I have a lot of lighter tones. I have some midtones, some shadows, almost no blacks at all. See, there's no height there to the black. And yeah, if you look at this image, there's no black, maybe a little tiny line there, nothing, so it's barely there. When you don't have blacks or you don't have whites, that's when the image is looking kind of flat. And if you look at this, it's all looking kind of flat, a little bit overexposed, lacking in contrast. So the computer might, if you don't even know where to start, I'm going to open light for a second so that you can look at the settings, which are nothing right now. But the computer gives you one kind of get out of jail card free, which is like, well, do you want me to tell you what Photoshop thinks? And it has a little auto button there right at the top of edit. If I click on auto, the computer did stuff to this image, which I might like or not like. I'm going to turn it off, turn it on, and then if you look, it did move all my features over there. If I open color, we hadn't opened color yet, but it also moved the features there. When I turn this off, notice that color has that setting and light has that setting. And when I turn it off, things have moved around. So if you don't even know where to start, you might always want to start by doing something like that to an image. Sometimes the computer guesses really well and you're like, that's it, I'm done, woohoo. And other times it doesn't, but it gives you some guidelines. And in this example, I think it made it look much better, unless your goal is to go for the washed out vintage look, which this is from a set of photos that wanted that washed out vintage look, and they had probably forcibly made it look like this. So again, this is art. This is post, hold on, I need to clean your answers. Here we go. Clean your feedback. There we go. This is post-processing. What that means is the shot has been taken and you can do whatever you want with it. It's truly subjective interpretation, and you might want it to look one way or another. So the computer gives you a general idea. Look at the histogram. It doesn't know what you're photographing. Look at the histogram and tries to make it a little bit more even. So when I hit the auto, look at what happened over here to the left. Now I got some black. So probably down here, that line that before was very dark gray now went black. It's very little bit. We've got something all the way to the white. So maybe the top of this little bit of a cloud is white and everything in the middle. And so it kind of tries to bring us. If I turn off the auto, I didn't have something going all the way to the right for the white, and I definitely didn't have anything all the way to the black. So that's kind of what's happening. Now, say that we tried, let's turn this off. Okay, so let's turn this off. Sometimes it's a good starting point, and then you keep playing yourself with it, right? But let's just turn this off as if that's not what we want. Next to auto, there's a black and white that automatically goes black and white. There's other ways to turn this black and white, but that's one way. And then there's HDR. Oh, you need to turn off the black and white. And then HDR right there for some photos is amazing, and for some it's horrible. And in this case, it's actually pretty good. So not high definition resolution, high dynamic range. My brain suddenly wasn't telling me. It's really useful for when you have a lot of backlight. So in this case, the camera couldn't choose. It didn't know what the subject was, and it had some dark stuff going on here, some light stuff going on here. So the camera can't feature everything really well. So if you have a camera that has the HDR feature, already the camera might have done a better job of making this darker and this lighter. But if not, you have that HDR feature here in Camera Raw where you turn it on. And in some images, I believe in this one, it makes it much better. I'm going to turn off HDR and I'm going to turn on auto. I'm going to turn off auto and turn on HDR. And the results aren't identical, but they are, if you look over here, this one is less contrasty. HDR gives it even more contrast. But that said, it didn't use the exposure settings. It actually opened up something new, which we haven't seen here, which is the HDR limit. So I'm going to turn this off again and show you the auto feature. Use all of the exposure settings. And the HDR, and I have to turn it off each time. The HDR opens up something called HDR, and then you have a whole bunch of other settings inside of that. If you both do auto and HDR, they're compounding each other. Now you have a bit of each. And if you were to also on top of that turn on black and white, then it's black and white and HDR, et cetera, et cetera. So make sure to know what's on and turn off the ones you don't want. You know, ideally use them one at a time. It's either HDR or auto. I'm going to continue with nothing and see if, then this is just a quick showing of what we can do here in exposure. If I decide to make it a bit darker because it was too overexposed, this one maybe makes sense to do it global because everything is a bit overexposed. So then I might use the exposure feature. But if I go, no, it's okay, I don't want to go global, then I can start with, you know, moving my highlights. And over there, you can see that the highlights is pretty much in the sky and that wall, the shadows. For learning purposes, I would rather you move these guys so that you can begin to figure what is shadows. Oh, the darker part of the red is shadows. Yeah, a bit that shadow, but shadow doesn't mean an actual shadow. It just means the tones that are in the middle tones. And if that shadow had been very dark, then shadows might have left it to the black. Whites, basically anything that's light. And then blacks, we had very few blacks, but they're moving down here and it's making also that shadow much darker. Double click on everything to bring it down to the middle. And let's see if you can get something that you like on your own. So I'm going to go ahead and give it some more contrast. Make my highlights a bit higher. Darken my shadows. Don't want my whites. Intensify my blacks, but this still needs to be red. It can't be very dark. My shadows a bit. So maybe if I were to do this by hand, I might do something like this. I don't know. I'd have to play around with it a little bit more, but that sounds about like something I'd do. But guess what? My eyes are looking at this, not only from my brain's subjective perception, but also through my screen subjective perception. You put these same numbers in there and you might go, whoa, that looks horrible for me. So don't try to imitate someone else's numbers. Just try to do what seems to look good for you. And I don't remember right now what Otto did, and Otto might have done something totally different, or I might be similar. I don't know, because my brain doesn't think like the computer thinks, right? So my point of view is I probably prefer to think about things myself. Here, I'm going to bring the highlights down so I can have a bit more contrast in that sky. And maybe the shadows down a bit more to that a bit more blue. But it would seem as if the blue got bluer and the red got redder. But no, it's just if I turn this little eyeball on and off, it's just that it was so over, it was kind of washed out. So it looks like I changed the color. But if you notice, it's the exact same thing, just more intensified. Okay? It hasn't changed tone of red, it hasn't changed tone of blue, it's just more intense, basically more saturated. So move this around whatever way you want, or just hit auto. I don't care right now. But let's move on to see what color will do for us then. I'm going to open color. And when I open color, light kind of switched itself off. Before, they would all stay open, which I kind of liked because when I moved color, you would see that light changed also a little bit. But now they close one when they open the other. But anyway, when I head over to color, it used to be, I can go and turn the light off, that it felt like the colors were washed out, but now the colors don't seem so washed out anymore because I dealt with it in light. But maybe there's still something I can do in here in color. What this is telling me is that the camera is showing me the white balance as shot, meaning whatever the camera chose to set as white balance. And if you don't know much about photography, basically light has a color. It's the sunlight from a non-blue, blue sky, no clouds, is a very different color. It's bluer, reflecting the light of that blue sky than, say, fluorescent lighting that is very green, or tungsten lighting that is very orange, or sunset light that is very warm orange. So the cameras, when you shoot, automatically and it used to be horrible before all these automatic cameras. You would have all these orange people when they were indoors and stuff like that. But now cameras are pretty good at doing white balance, and they read the light and they try to correct for that. So this is as shot, meaning whatever my camera corrected for is the white balance. I can go ahead and click on this and notice that I can choose and tell it, well, how about if I tell it that it's daylight? Let's see what it does. So I'm going to tell it it's daylight in here. And did you notice that there was a shift in colors? It's subtle, but it's there. And now I have to do the stop share and start again because my computer goes gray when I do changes and drives me crazy. For some reason, every time I do this in RAW, Zoom turns itself off. Anyway, I don't want to do it. I'll do it one more time, but I'll have to start and stop again. Versus if you tell it that this is actually tungsten. Tungsten light is the old lights before we had LEDs, the orange lights we had inside the house. What if I tell this, oh, this was tungsten light, which is orange light? Then this is going to compensate and go, well, if you're in tungsten light, then you need to take a lot of orange out. So it made it really blue. So it's trying to compensate for the fact that I told it this is very orange light. And so it adds blue to it to try to make it normal. If you have a photo of people from the past where you had them indoors and you told them that it was tungsten light, they would have changed it. If it's fluorescent, it makes it green and so on and so forth. I'm going to go back to as shot before I share again, because every time I change it, my whole thing goes and I have to reshare. But hopefully you guys can swivel through these and play them with them and see, oh, just turning it on made it gray. This is where I resist doing too much sharing of camera raw because it changes. Okay. So the other one that you're going to work on is on tint, vibrance, and saturation. I think I showed you vibrance and saturation last time with the balloons. I'm not sure if I showed you that in the balloons that we did 2 weeks ago. The adjustment layers that we used are equivalent to this that we're doing right now. Levels was equivalent to light, and hue saturation is equivalent to what was happening here. And vibrance is going to help me, and saturation is going to help me make these colors even more intense. So if I go ahead and start moving this over to the right, look what's happening to the red and the blue. That's really shifting versus what I did with the light. And if I do it with saturation, it'll go even more neon. See how that went? So there's got to be some setting here where even though we had made it darker with the light changes, and so this is how we change it with the light, and now this is how I changed it with vibrance. So I'm going to move vibrance up a little bit, and now I have a before and after of color, a before and after of light. Now, I don't care if you like or not the settings that you're choosing. Right now, I just want you to have two separate settings, meaning you move something, move vibrance, move saturation, move something a little bit, and then see the before and after of that setting. But you can't see the before and after of both settings. You're just seeing the before and after of each one. So how about if I want to look at this image and see the before and after of the whole thing? Well, then I have to head over here and down at the bottom of my screen, I can do this little icon, toggles it to its default to the very beginning. So I click on that, and that is how we started with the image. And now I click on it again to see where it's now. So it's like turning these two on and off. Does that make sense? On and off for everything. Now, be careful to leave it here and start again, because then it assumes that you want to start from scratch again. So that one could be a little bit dangerous to use if you forget, because then you might have to go and redo every change you've done, because it really turns everything back to default. If you're so lost that you don't know where to start again, that's a good thing to do. Start from the scratch and begin again. But for the most part, the other way to see the before and afters, there's a better tool, which is to the left of that, which is this one here. And to the left once you click, right now it looks like a little box, but when I click on it, it turns into quite a few different icons. Okay, and so what you want to see here is on the left side, you see the before, and on the right side, you see the after. So then you can compare them and not have to be toggling on and off. That's one choice. You can then start clicking on the furthest one, and then I can see the before and after, but in the same image, kind of with a line drawn. And I'm going to go to the first one, and I'm going to see the before and after, but top to bottom, which depending on the format of your photo might be better. And I click on it again, and I go to before and after, top to bottom with a line drawn in the middle. And by the time I get to the last one, I'm back to where we started, which is just the after. Okay, so when you click on this one, you start going to the furthest left one to cycle between all of the views. And then you're back to the beginning. Be careful because these other things do different. And you don't want to have these may mess you up a little bit. So just try to always click on. There's a point to these, but at this point it will get confusing. Just do the furthest one out to toggle through the 5 settings and then be done. All right. So that's what we have. And there's more we can do, but right now let's assume that this is it. This is all we want. There's so many things I could teach you in here, but I want to also keep showing you how to continue with this image to keep modifying it if you do go into Photoshop to do something else. So before I continue, any questions up until now? Have you all been following? Have you all been doing it? Go ahead and give me a before and after where I can see the changes, and then maybe you want to open the light feature or something, and then give me a screenshot of all of this. I want to see your before and afters with your settings. And let's go over to Padlet. I'll give you the link one more time, just in case. It always helps. That link refreshed. In case you were not in class. And now let's post this in here. Again, you can post it later, but don't forget to post it. I would prefer it if you post it now, and then we'll have the work done. And this is before and after light and color corrections.
I'm totally lost.
Okay, in the Photoshop part or in the posting it part?
In the whole thing. And the getting into Camera Raw, I seem to have a different version of that. I didn't
Okay.
get to follow your. I was watching all of this going on, but I couldn't replicate it because
Okay.
couldn't
So
get
I'm
it.
gonna say done for a second. You guys stay there. Don't say done. I'm just gonna help. Do you have Bridge opened up?
Let me check that. Oh, Bridge.
Because if you have Bridge opened up, all you need to do is
Yes.
open the color.dng.
I just
it'll
opened
open.
Bridge.
Cool. So then once you open Bridge and find the Photoshop class files, then just double click on color.dng, which by the way, you guys see how now this is the brightly colored one. Do you want to share your screen so I can give you a hand getting here?
Yeah, if I could.
Okay. Meanwhile, you guys can go back and explore some other settings in that balloon if you want. While I help Alan.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so you go
let's
ahead
see.
and go to Bridge. There we go. And I believe you have over here, yes, you do. On the left side, you have, oh, you stopped the share. Can you share again? That was perfect. Yeah, perfect. Over here, if you click on that icon, you have the Photoshop class files. Oh, you might have moved it somewhere, huh? Did you move the files? Okay, then I think you used to put things on the desktop. Go to your desktop for a second. You might have put things on your desktop. Here. No, I can tell, go ahead and say okay to that. Go ahead for a second and click on this so I can see. I see that you have your class files there. Let me see where you have them. Yeah, click on that so that I can see where you have them. You have them as SSG classes under Alan. Okay. So let's go back here to Bridge. No, go back to Bridge. You're not in Bridge there, and I don't want you to be there. I want you to be in Bridge, this black area. No, don't. Yeah, we need to come over here. So go to Alan. Yeah, and let's go to Photoshop. Spring SVC classes right here. Double click here. And then here you have this one. So grab this folder and drag it there, please. There you go. Okay, so now go ahead and click on this. And there are your class files. Okay, so now go ahead and double click on this and it'll open in, not that one, that's where I had this one. Cool, double click and it'll open in Bridge, in Camera Raw. Okay, it's opening up. Oh, you have your 25 types of Photoshops. But anyway, there it is, it's opening up. It opened up, your Camera Raw opened up over here. It opened up, it's just behind you. Yeah, click on it and then drag it over so that you can see the whole thing. From here, go to this. Yeah, go up. Don't keep stretching it because then you'll be leaving everything else behind over there. Yeah, grab it from the white area up here. And up here, here. This white, yeah, and then drag it all the way to the left. Yeah, click and no. Click right there and drag it. Yeah, click and drag it over so that you leave. Yeah, move it. Keep going until you there. And now grab this corner and stretch it out to make it bigger. There we go. And now click on this little icon here. This one. Nope. That's an old red thing down here. Move your mouse down. Yeah. Good. And now go ahead and say fit. So you see your image here. Over here. Click on fit. There we go. Now you got your whole image. Okay. So this is where we were. And you can click on auto just to start having something. And then we had clicked on here to do the before and after. So right here. Nope, that one. Cool. And now we just did a screenshot of that, and that's where we are. So we can continue. You have some other things opening, but yeah. So do a screenshot of that and post it, and you're good to go. We'll keep going. All right. Let's head over. I see Mary Ellen and Dominic and Barbara and Rebecca. You all posted. Great. Thank you. And I'm seeing your befores and afters and your settings. Cool. Barbara, I'm seeing only one image in your after, and oh, no. I'm seeing, yeah, you have your before and after with the line in the middle, which is a bit more subtle, but I'm seeing that you are there. And what I mean by that is this one, she has the one turned on, that's this light right there, right? And so it's hard to see when it's small, but yeah, you have the before and after. All right, remember that ideally you'll do the settings and everything too, so that I can see what settings you've made. In this case, it doesn't matter, this is fine. I really try to include the settings of the sliders always. Okay. So now I had left Bridge to show that to let me double click. Open it again. I had left Bridge to show it to Alan, but now here we are, and this is where we were sitting. And now we're gonna do a different opening of this in Photoshop. Say that now I want to put a building here, or take this building out, or whatever I want to do. So let's head over to the cancel, done, and open. And this time, don't click open, but go to the little arrow next to open. click on that and choose open as object. There's one more that says open as copy underneath that you're not seeing, it's outside of the screen, but there's one that says open as object. Go ahead and do that, and I'm going to tell you a little bit what object is, which is another big part of learning Photoshop. And I had to stop my share because it froze. And now I get to share again. And what you are seeing right now is this message that says the embedded ICC profile cannot be used. The profile is invalid. Ignore the profile. Just say continue to ignore the profile. And that is weird. Did that say that to you? Let me just do it without Zoom starting, because when I do Zoom, Bridge is doing some Zoom is doing weird stuff. And as object, that is so weird. It's ignoring my profile. Can't make it. It's not Zoom because it's still doing it even without Zoom. So this is going to be hard to teach if my settings are different than yours. But I'm going to have to restart my Photoshop. Give me a second, you guys, because something really weird is happening there. So I'm just doing a restarting of my Photoshop to see if that helps. Give me a sec. Okay, it worked. That was not like a normal issue or problem. But see, that's the thing. Sometimes people don't know how can you tell if it's normal or another. So you might be like thinking something's wrong, but I could tell it was a Photoshop. Anyway, I could tell that restarting Photoshop would fix it, and it did it. So anyway, if everything is good, if everyone is good, we should be in Photoshop. It says Adobe Photoshop. By the way, Camera Raw was part of Photoshop, but it was like a tool, one of Photoshop's internal tools. But it's also used as something to bridge from the Bridge program, and you can just stay in Bridge with it. So here I am in Photoshop with one layer only, and it says color because that was the name of that file. Remember, this file was named color, so instead of saying background, it says color. Now, if you got here and you're with me, give me a yes. I don't want to move forward until everyone is here. If for any reason you're not here, something's not working, give me a, tell me no. It's all good. Mary Ellen, how can I help? Mary Ellen?
Yeah, mine has little squares at the corners and the midpoints of the image. I did open as object, and it opened the image in Photoshop.
Go ahead and share because it's easier to see what's, in case it's an issue like mine. Little squares. I mean, there's a little square that I'm going to point you to, but I'm sure that's not what you're mentioning. So. Oh, yeah. So no, what you have here is that you have turned on, you have the tool that you're using right now has show transform controls turned on, and I would rather have you turn those off. So can you turn those off? I think we turned them off the first session, but maybe turn them off. Yeah, there we go. And there you go. That's it. Now you're good.
Okay.
Now,
Thank
one thing I'm noticing is that you're not seeing all of your tools. It's moved, your whole Photoshop is moved over. Remember what I said? Grab it from right here and drag it program over so that you don't hide these tools. So move it only a little bit, right? To the left. Yeah, a bit more. And then tiny bit more because you're still not seeing everything there. So now you can see everything, okay? And then you're hiding under your dock, the bottom stuff. So again, you move this up a little bit. You must have gone to Bridge by moving your Photoshop instead of by going, there we go. So now if you want to go to Bridge, just click on Bridge and click on Photoshop instead of moving things around, right? So show me that for a second. Click on Bridge. And good. Now click on just a single click. You don't need to go. And then I click on Photoshop. There we go. And you have Stage Manager turned on. And anyway, never mind. That's why it's doing that, but that's fine. Now you see all of Photoshop and all of Bridge whenever we're working, which is what was the point. Okay, cool. You're doing great. I'm going to stop your share. And anyone else? Alan, did you open the image in Photoshop? From Ra, did you open into Photoshop? Do you want to share your screen?
I could try, yeah. And have to find where to, I have the windows are all confusing, so I'm trying to find where to share my screen. Oh, I see it. Okay, share.
Okay. Yeah, so click again back here. Those are some settings. We don't need it. Click on somewhere over here just to make the
Where here?
and anywhere here. That's your system settings that we don't need. You can close your system settings. Yeah, and here we are. All right, so now here I want you to go to this place that says open and click on this little arrow. Okay, so move your mouse down, follow the red line,
Oh, yes.
and then go to this little arrow, not to the open,
Oh,
not here, to the arrow right next to the open.
oh,
Yeah, and then click open as object.
oh, I see. Okay.
Cool. And then again, a bit like what was happening before, you've moved things around. So grab Photoshop from here and drag it over to the left. So grab Photoshop. Yeah, and drag it over. Thank you. Yeah. As long as, not too. Yep. Hit over. Yeah, and then go to the move tool. So you're in the crop tool. We don't want to be cropping anything. Go to the top move tool.
This one.
That one. In the
Oh.
middle of my circle. Yeah, perfect. And that's where we're going to be.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Share my screen now. All right. So now we're all in Photoshop. And this is a flat file, but it has incorporated all of the changes that we made, right? But there's something special. If you look at this photo here in this area, there's just some red and blue sky. But if you go to this little thumbnail and look at this little bottom area, there's a little white kind of box there, kind of white gray box doing a weird thing. Do you see that?
Yes.
What that is telling me is that it is not opened as a strictly flat file. It is actually opened as a smart object. You know how we said open as object? There's so much to smart objects. We're going to delve deeper into that. And in fact, for those of you who can come into the evening class, I'm going to spend much more time with smart objects. But that is the feature that that's the feature that allows me to keep editing this in Camera Raw if necessary. So we're going to come back to this in a second. But first, I want us to go ahead and open the balloon, air balloon that we worked on last week. And we're going to bring that balloon in here. Let's go ahead and go back to Bridge. And we're going to open the air balloon 2. The one that's a PSD. that we worked on last week. And if perchance you guys don't have that or can't find that or are a bit lost as to where it goes, then just open the air balloon 2 period. That's fine too. But if you have the air balloon 2.psd, that's the one that we're going to open. So it's a PSD, it's going to open in Photoshop. I'm going to just double click. And now we have the same one that we were working on last week open. So here we have the one that we just opened and the air balloon 2. Once you get to this, give me a yes. Hold on, let me clear your answers. Okay, give me a yes if you have opened both of these files. All right. Cool. Alan, you were here last week, so you should have it in Bridge. You should have the air balloon somewhere that you can open. And if not any of the many air balloon photos.
I have air balloon open,
Okay, good.
but
All right,
yeah.
good. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to bring just the balloon. And how we're going to do that, and by the way, the resolution of these 2 images is very different. You'll see what I mean in a minute. But first, we don't want to bring the sky. We're going to bring just the balloon. And we have conveniently already set up a mask that we made last week, remember? That is isolating my sky from my balloon. So now this is for my oldies but goodies who've been here before. Do you remember how to pick up a selection from a mask? Just in case you do, Shelley or Rebecca, just in case. Nope. I hope Mary Ellen is new enough so she wouldn't remember, but some of you guys might have known. Okay.
Why I keep taking these classes.
That's okay. Just thought I might ask. All right. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pick up I'm going to go to the top, the levels, the one that has a white balloon and a black background, right? And I'm going to hold down the Command key for the Mac, Control for PCs or people on VDI, Command or Control. And if you're on VDI with a Mac, you still put the Control and then do a single little quick click, bing, on the mask right there. And if you look over at your image, you should have little marching ants on your image. So I'm going to do that again. You're going to hold down the Command key or the Control key and single click on the mask right here, bing. Now, if you perchance single clicked on the wrong mask, on the one, the vibrance, then you will have selected the sky. And I don't want to bring the sky over. So make sure that you've got one of the ones where the balloon is white and the sky is black. And that's the one you want to click on. Cool. So now you've selected the mask. Now go ahead and click again on the original where we have the pixels. Select your original layer. So we selected the mask from here, but the pixels is what we want to copy. And now do a copy like Command Control C. For those of you who don't like shortcuts, you might like the right click to do a copy way over here. No, the right click doesn't do a copy. It's Control or Command C, or you have to go all the way to edit and do copy up there, Control or Command C. So now what you're doing is you're copying what's inside of the marching ants from the pixels layer. So that's copying the balloon. Does that make sense what we just did?
I can't seem to do the control copy thing.
Okay, you are on VDI.
Yeah,
Are you on a PC or on a Mac?
I'm on a Mac.
Okay, so even though you're a Mac, you need to use the control key.
Right.
So hold down the control key and then do a quick one little click on that. And if that doesn't work, then I'll have you share your screen. Sorry, I'm on.
Okay. Yeah, let me share.
All right, let me stop my share. Okay, everyone else, if you got it, give me a yes. And if not, raise your hands like Rebecca and Dominic are doing. They're asking for help. Okay.
Okay.
So, because there's another way to, because you're not in the, you're not in the move tool. So you're doing a whole
right.
different creature than the
Yeah.
brush. Yeah,
Okay.
because it's the selection tool. So you need to be in the selection tool. Okay, so now it should work. Control and click.
No.
Control key first and then single click.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I see another thing that could be happening. You seem to have a subtract from mask selected.
What if
down.
I just get rid of that?
No, hold on. Go over here to select. And let's just go to load selection. This is plan B when the click doesn't work. Air balloon levels 1 mask. Yep, that one.
Okay.
So I really don't know why that wasn't working, but that's the plan B, right? You go around it. But it
Okay.
should have worked. So maybe, I don't know, practice again but there you go. Now you have your selection. Now select, wait. Okay,
Oh,
never mind.
sorry.
Now make sure to select the original layer at the bottom so that when you copy the pixel layer.
Okay.
All right. For those of you who know what to do, move on to the sky and paste it. But for the rest of you, just wait. And then, yeah, Rebecca.
I have 3 layers that are linked with the vibrance and the brilliance. Does
Yeah.
it matter?
Oh, and he had that too.
Yeah, I noticed that. I thought that might come up.
Let me see. I'm testing it. No, makes no difference. It still works.
Okay.
Well, let me see. Yeah, no, it still works for me at least. So, was that the comment, or did you have a question of your own?
That was the question, but we'll see when I
Yeah.
paste, right?
Well, as long as the marching ants were around the balloon and not around the edges, then it should have done the right thing. Okay, so here we go. So now
Yeah.
I'm going to select it. But if I were to copy right now, guys, without going to original, I'm going to copy a whole bunch of white because I'm on the mask. So you need to select the original and now do a copy. Now let's head over on the top back to color 1 and do a paste. Command V, Command C, Command C, or sorry, Command right here, copy. Command C or Control C is copy. Command V or Control V is paste. Okay, so if you don't like to do the shortcuts, then you go up to Edit and say Paste. Are you sure you don't convert to colors? I'll explain this a little bit later, but basically these photos are created in different color settings. Don't worry, don't say don't show again. You need to know that when it's true, but right now it doesn't match at all. So we'll just say okay. And here came my balloon. If you got your balloon to come over and it was successful, give me a yes. If the balloon didn't come over, then give me a no, or you got stopped by anything, give me a no. Actually, it's so funny. I hadn't noticed when I decided to put these two together that this looks like you're hailing a taxi cab. It's like, hey, stop over here. I thought that would be great. We'll put the balloon in that part of the sky, but I hadn't noticed that little bit. Okay, so is that, I'm not sure if that was an old yes or a new yes. So let me clear your answers again. And everyone, if you managed to put the balloon in as a second layer on top of the color, please give me a yes. Now notice when I move it around that over here I had that opening, and I'm going to Command plus to see it, and I'm going to click and drag over. That the balloon was showing me sky before, and then when I do over here, now I see through it. If you did that in your mask, that's good. Over here, see how I have that line going in? But if you didn't, that's okay. But one thing I didn't bring over is those wires. In my mask the other day, I wasn't so detailed and I didn't bring in the wires. And so now this is looking a little bit weird, like it's hanging on by no threads, by nothing. So if and when you're going to begin to do this, that's why you begin to notice the importance of having a really accurate mask. You might have wanted to bring these, but I can tell you that there's like almost no situation where these little lines, hold on, where these little lines would have been able to be copied correctly. You would have had to do a lot of work. A lot of times what happens when you have something like this, which is barely a hint of a pixel, is you might have to redraw something like this, right? But right now we're not going to go into those details. We're going to be okay with the fact that our balloon is hanging from the basket as if by magic. And we're going to do Command 0 if you zoomed in. And here we have our balloon in the sky. And it's on top of the other guy, right? So it makes, here it looks so weird and it doesn't make sense, but over here suddenly it looks a bit more realistic. Depending on how well or not you made your mask, whether the edges are going to do that thing that the one that we opened at the beginning that was a bad job did. I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to check it. And interestingly enough, the edges are almost okay. Here, see how there's a little bit of a white line there, but it's fuzzy. Over here, it's doing good. How about over here? There's like a little tiny bit of a red line here. See that? And then the rest is okay. So basically there's a bit of an edge. There's a little bit of a fringed edge in a few parts. So I could go in there with a mask and fix that. But ideally I would fix that in the original one here, where I would get a little bit closer to that and then bring it in correctly. Otherwise I could add a mask here right now and just bring this out. But for now, since I'm trying to teach you something else, I'm going to let it be, but it's not bad. It's certainly nowhere near as bad as this one, right? That I said was a bad job. That one truly had a really bad job. So at least the one I've done here is giving me better results. Okay, so now, give me a second here while I look at my calendar. How are we doing? I'm trying to see as far as, no, we're fine. Second break is coming up, but not yet. I need to, we still have a good amount of time to keep delving into this one. Everyone said yes, so y'all have these two layers. Let's layer one. Let's double click on layer one and name it air balloon. Oh. All right. So now this file is not giving me the normal file name. If you look up here at the top, it doesn't say airballoon.dmg or whatever it was. It just says, color. The name of this file that we opened was color. It doesn't say DMG or whatever. It just says color-1. It says @color. It's not the regular file name. If I try to save this right now, this is a layered file. We will end up getting a PSD. So let's do that. Let's do Command or Control S to save, or go to File, Save. And yeah, it's going to call it color1 PSD. Now it had to add the 1 because it couldn't save over the other one. We don't need to leave it as color1 if you don't want. You might want to write color, and you might want to write dash air balloon, for example. So we know that it's that this is the one that we're working with, and save it into the same folder. The idea is that, and yes, we always maximize compatibility. So now we have it, it's color air balloon .psd. So now if something happens to my computer, crash or whatever, I won't lose the work done up until now. All right, before we continue, I want a screenshot. Okay, so everyone, I want a screenshot of this work of the air balloon on top of this little statue, whatever that is, and I want the files, these two files. I'm gonna go ahead and say, Yana. And I'm gonna get that screenshot. And I'm gonna say, composite of air balloon with, it's like a signpost with red signpost statue. I don't know what to call it. But then the important thing that I want to talk about right now is that we are going to show you that the camera raw layer that we brought in as an object, as a smart object, it's still editable. So the statue layer is a smart object opened from camera raw. So it is still editable, modifiable if you want. We did that by choosing open as object from camera raw as opposed to simply clicking on open. Okay, so I want to make sure that that's pretty clear what we did. And we'll see the effect of that in a minute. But if anyone needs to remember about these kind of things, you can just like take notes in here, or you can, select it. And by the way, the balloon is not a smart object, Mary Ellen.
No,
Nope, the balloon, we just copied the pixels straight. The one that's a smart object, and I haven't really shown you this, but it's the one that we brought in from camera raw, which is the red statue, or I don't know what to call it, red statue. Okay, so just change that for a second, and you can edit. You can go over here to look at your post, and you can hover. When you hover over these three dots, the word edit pops up, and then you can edit your post. Okay, and write yourself that this is the statue is the camera raw object. And the way you distinguish that it's a camera raw object is that little box right there that you see in the layer. That little tiny box indicates, it's hard to see, but that indicates that that is a that is a smart object. Okay, so that little guy right there means smart object. And I'm going to actually do another little screenshot of this so that it might be easier to tell. I'm going to post it. Of the layer thumbnail. Okay, so that little box right there is what is indicating to me that this layer is a smart object. I mean, if I remember, it's the one that I clicked on open as object. I might remember. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get a layer from someone else. Sometimes you open it, 2 months later or 2 years later. And how do you know what's a smart object? Well, look for that little box. Does that make sense? I might have 10 layers and 3 of them are smart objects. And we don't know yet what a smart object is all about. We're going to start investigating that right now. But that's the indicator that it's a smart object versus this, which is just pixels brought in from the other screen. And one thing I wanted to point out is that over here, the balloon was, inside of the image and the edges and all that kind of stuff. But once we bring it over here, as you saw, we don't see the external part. Some of you guys are in my digital design techniques class or Illustrator class. And by the way, if you're not
it's time to sign up. I'll tell you more about it later. But we're going to talk more about Illustrator, design, that kind of stuff. And in those programs, you would see the rest of the balloon sticking out, right? And if you print it, the print would not show it. It would show only this part, but you would still see it. And this area would be a workspace. But in Photoshop, that area is a mask. Anything outside of the canvas area, this is the canvas area, anything outside the canvas area is masked out. Okay, so it looks like it's not there, but it still is. It's just floating. Okay, but it's still there. That said, that's all it is. It's one layer of pixels. We didn't bring over any of the layers, but we also didn't bring over a flat, boring colored balloon, because when we copied those pixels, these guys were turned on. So the pixels we copied look like what we modified it to look like. We didn't bring the original pixels over. We brought the modified pixels. But here I can still go ahead and say, well, I want these to suddenly look really crazy and bright because I still have my layers. These are still editable. But when now I brought over the already modified pixels, these I can't go back on. I can start again. And in this place, I can give it another layer and now make them a different color. Does that make sense? But I can't in this one make the same changes that I can on this one, or I can just turn these off, right? And then go back to where we were. That I can do over here, but I can't do over there. And they might look darker or not, but it's just because it's a different contrasty image. But this is the one that came in already modified. So sometimes that's what you need to do, right? You need to go and fix your images individually first and then put them together. But then when you put them together, you might go, oh, this one still isn't the same. Like had I brought the original balloon over, it would have looked really blah comparison. But now the reds are, you know, the intensity is kind of matching. But if I want it to get even more intense, there's something here missing. And I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let you tell me. What do you think about these two images being in the same picture? Based on everything I said at the very beginning of the image. Just look at the image and tell me what you think is happening with the, and I'm not going to say the word, I'm just going to say, just look at it. Do they seem to work together?
The main thing I noticed is the lighting that's hitting the statue is different from the lighting on the balloon.
Exactly, well observed. The lighting on this one is very even. It's very, it's called soft lighting. The clouds were in the sky. It's all very gentle. There's no straight light. This is very intense, distinct lighting. Look at the shadow being cast by who knows what is over here. This is very bright. This is not. So we're not in the same sky. Does that make sense? So if you're going to put this balloon over here, the sky made sense. It's a very overcast day, right? So in fact, there is some shading. There's not no shading. I mean, you can see that the light over here is lighter blue, darker blue, and then lighter blue again. So there is some shading happening, which is fine with response to a very overcast day. But in this case, the overcast day and the sun don't work. So if this is the balloon that we're going to leave in here, we're going to have to change the lighting. We would have to grab this side of the balloon and suddenly make it much lighter, much brighter to make it match. And sometimes you can do that, sometimes you can't. As is, the basket is a little bit lighter on the left side than the right, so it would work to kind of fake it. But again, that's something that if you guys want to take on for homework, or maybe we can work on it a little bit later today, we can do that. But right now, the light is coming from the right place. There is a bit of a shine there and a darkness there, but we need to make it much more sharp and contrasty if it's going to match that. But for now, my goal in this image is not to match these two, but rather to teach you about smart objects. So for now, we're going to leave that. And we're going to find out what's the point of this smart object. Well, what if I do want to change, not the balloon, but I'm going to call it the red statue. What if that's the one I want to change again? If I want to change this one, I have to create new adjustment layers. If I want to change this one, I can go back to where I came. The only reason I can do that is because it's a smart object. I can go back to where I came, open again the Camera Raw, and keep modifying. So let's do that. Let's double click on, not the layer, not the name, not the, on that little box. So it's a very specific double click. I double click on that little box exactly, and my Camera Raw opened up again. Pretty cool. Now, just to make sure that I'm in the right spot and that this is truly happening, I'm going to open up color and I'm going to give it a ridiculous like saturation. Whoa, way over there, way over the top, and maybe even worse. I'm going to grab this temperature and it's at 5850. I'm going to move it way over there. So I'm making some bizarre colors happen right now. I've made this be bright pink and everything else is bright blue. So I've done some bizarre stuff to these colors. Go ahead and do that. We'll be able to change this back when we don't like it, but we reopen this in Camera Raw. We change the colors and we're going to say, okay. Notice that there's no done, go back, because I'm really not in the full Camera Raw. I'm inside of this version's little camera. I'm going to say okay. And there we go. I've updated my color layer. The balloon is still the same, but I did it within Camera Raw. If that worked for you, give me a yes. All right. So what happened here is that I've only updated this layer. I've used the camera tools, but I've updated this layer. Just watch. If I go back to Bridge, this image is not, the original DNG did not change to pink. In fact, this one didn't either, only because I haven't saved yet. Let's go over to Photoshop and save. Let's save this file. File save, or Command and Control S. So now I have this bright blue and pink. And now when I go back to Bridge, the airballoon.psd is showing me my new colors, but the original one hasn't changed because I didn't modify the original DNG. I only modified that layer that I brought inside of the color/airballoon named file. Does that make sense, you guys? It's a layer that I use the same tools, but it's not the original file anymore. That original file is sitting here nicely modified, being bright instead of blah, but they're not linked anymore. Okay. This that I have in Photoshop right now, it's its own individual layer that I happen to make some bizarre color. Got it? And again, once you start working more intensely, you'll distinguish why it matters or why not. Because had I changed the original file to this, then when I try to go and use this in some other file, I would have to go in first. I could go back and modify it and turn it back into the normal color before I can use it, say, to put it somewhere else. But this now is using it as an independent creature. When we said open as object, we created it as a separate thing from the original. All right. Bit of a technicality, but it's really helpful to know if you wonder, well, how come the original one didn't go pink? Now, if I love this color and this is what I wanted, life is good. But since this is editable, if I didn't want that, then I can just double click again on the little smart object, little icon right there, double click, open it again, and they go, nah, I didn't like that. I can either bring it back to where it was, if you remember, or I can go back here to custom and say as shot, because we had left it as shot. But, oh, my whole thing stops. Close grid, I need to stop it and reshare it. Okay. So I can go back to as shot, and then I can bring down the saturation again, which was crazy. So what I had done to make it go that crazy color is I had raised up the saturation and I had changed temperature. So as shot was where we had left it at, and I'll double click this and leave it down there again, and I'm back to what I had. So if I say okay again now, and I come back, this went back to being normal and not bright pink and dark blue. Now I forgot to have us get a screenshot of that, but so let's just do that one more time. Let's just double click here. And let me move it over so that it's bright pink, because this would have been a good screenshot. And there we go. Screenshot of just this bit, so we have to have extras on it. And back here to post that screenshot, and to say we modified the smart object layer within using Camera Raw by double clicking on the little icon on the thumbnail that shows that the layer is a smart object. This smart object is independent of the original DNG file. There's other stuff we can do to actually, I'm not going to go there, but there's other stuff we can do to make this be dependent on the original file. And let me, while you guys are working on it, let me explain the concept of when and why that would work. Say that you're working on an image that's going to go in a brochure, and it's also going to go in the business card. It's also going to go on the website. It's also going to go on the phone game that you're going to make with that image. It's an image that's going to be, it's typical of logos that are going to go everywhere, right? Well, if you modify, someone says, you know what, that red I don't like, it's too pinkish, let's make it more orange. And you have to go into each one of those things where you've already designed everything, you need to change them all. You might have a lot of work, right? If the product has already been designed, if the changes are done. So if you had been working in a way where the link to that object is maintained, then you can just go to one of them, the original one, update it to bright pink or whatever, and then that change moves over into all the other files. And that's the kind of stuff that you learn that I teach you in the digital design techniques class. That's coming up in a month or so. So if anyone wants to know much more about how to interact with all of these files and stuff like that, that would be an example of linked files material that we would cover in that class. But for now, let me just say that for now, this other air balloon that I have over here, and I'm going to just open it, double click on it. This one seems to have much more sharp lighting, but the light's coming from the wrong side, isn't it? We could flip it, but if you do that, be careful with the text. You might need to do something about the text, either erase it or, you know, copy it and rewrite it, because if you flip it, that text will be weird. But you could flip it and then put this balloon in the other place, and that one might work better. But anyway, just saying that you need to look at colors and skies and things like that. Let me just drop that for a second again. It was just to show you that. But anyway, here we go. I'm going to say that I don't want this to say this weird color. We did it one more time because I wanted to do a screenshot, but instead of going and opening it again and undoing it, I can also do plan B, which is just go back in history. So I can go to my history, And I can just say back up one. And now I've undone when I went back and made it pink. Okay, so don't forget that you always have the undo. One option was to go back in to change it to pink. We didn't have that in history. We had to make it pink. But once we did that, we can always go, I prefer it to be red, and we can just go back to history. And that puts it back at red. And now I'm going to save again. And now I don't have to open up Camera Raw again in order to go back to the right place. How are we doing there, you guys? Whoops. Before I used to have a desk that was on bricks. I couldn't change it, but now this desk is one of those like up-down desks. And I noticed that I was too high, so I'm bringing it down a little bit. Technology. Okay. I'm looking at the time. I'm going to spend, I was going to do some, break is coming up in 10 minutes. So I'm going to do one more thing and then we're going to take our break. So that's what it took to change this layer that was a smart object. On the other hand, this air balloon, we did not bring it in as a smart object. What that means is that no matter if I double click on it or not, I cannot go back on the changes made the other day. So remember up here again, changes made the other day, which were what? These three things. Okay, these are the changes made the other day. So I can't go back on these same ones. This was set in stone once I moved it over. But what I can do now is I can create my new layers over here. So I can go to the air balloon. Let's bring it all in. It kind of fits if you bring it down to the middle. You see that it kind of fits. You can either turn off this one eyeball to make sure that you're seeing it correctly. Okay. And then I can make adjustment layers to work on this balloon. So just watch. This that I'm about to do is just a demo. Adjustment layers, if you remember, I got from down here. So I'm going to make an adjustment layer where I'm going to saturate these colors, hue saturation. So the adjustment layer pops up over the air balloon layer. And now I'm going to saturate the balloon. Did that work? Did I just saturate the balloon? Do that again. From nothing to even. Am I saturating just the balloon?
Everything. Global.
It's saturating everything. And I didn't want that. I was very happy with the color I'd gotten before. So what should I have done, or what could I do now? What's the problem? Is that it's like I put my pink sunglasses and I'm looking at the entire landscape and everything turned pink. In this case, it went saturated, right? I did it to everything. It's global. So how do we, what do we call that thing that we do when we don't want a global adjustment layer? What do we need here? Someone.
Do we need to mask the balloon?
Yeah, we need to mask the balloon. Again, we create a new mask, but this time the mask is going to be very easy because this time this thing is a cutout. There's nothing else, right? So it's not that hard to create a mask of something that's already cut out. I keep turning this off for you guys to get. This is its own independent layer. So let's undo. Let's get rid of this hue saturation. Again, you can do Command or Control Z. That's undo. Or you can go back to history and move one up. In this case, I've gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So I need to move up until I'm done with the new hue saturation layer. So I'm going to go all the way up to this one. And then I got rid, because here I made the new hue saturation layer, then I modified it. And then I started playing, doing other stuff. So I have to go all the way back up to above the new hue saturation layer. And then I can close my history. Is everyone following me? You're all good with what I just did? I'm just showing you how to use the names of what you've done. I moved, I changed, I moved. Each time I turn these on and off. But now I go one above that saturation layer that did not work. And now I'm going to make a mask. Now, let's hope this time it works, but Dom, remember what it is that we did here to get the shape of my selection? Who remembers what shortcut we did to get the mask of the selection to copy just the balloon?
Was it Command I?
It was a command click. So we
Okay.
went over here and did a command click, and it hadn't worked for you. So let's see if it works now. So that same movement, command click, we're going to do right here. Command click onto the air balloon. And see how it picks up the shape? Once again, this is just there for show. Nothing's happening to that one. If I turn it off, it doesn't matter. I'm just working with the air balloon. Do command click, and it picks up. It's harder to see when this one isn't on. It picks up that shape. So once you have that shape said selection again, now I'm going to go down here and make my hue saturation level. And now if I were to saturate this like crazy or desaturate it, it will only work on the balloon. But I'm going to use this for something more fun than saturate or desaturate. But technically right now, I just want to see whether that's working for you. Did you make a mask out of your selection? So once again, what happened here is that by having a selection made, when you make an adjustment layer, that adjustment layer creates a mask, and thus the saturation or whichever adjustment layer you have chosen will affect only what's inside of the white area of that mask. So now what is it that we're going to change? We're going to change the colors this time. So instead of using the saturation, we're going to use the hue slider. And we're going to move the hue slider over to change the colors of that wonderful balloon. And we can saturate it a little bit or not. We can change it, give it whatever we want. But let's go ahead and find a very different set of colors to the one that it came in. I'm going to go with these. I don't care which you choose, but I'm going to go with, I don't know. I'm going to go with this one. Bright pink, bright green. Now, did you all change your colors? Can you answer?
I'm stuck back at trying with the command click to select the balloon.
Okay. How about you, Dom, by the way, because you had that issue before. Did it work for you? This time, the command click?
No, I had to load the selection again for some reason.
Okay. So maybe that'll work for you. I'm gonna start again. So watch, Mary Ellen. If you hold down command and you click on this thumbnail, try it one more time. Keep the command held down. Are you on a Mac or on a PC? I'm sorry.
On the Mac.
Okay, so hold down command and then do a single click on the thumbnail, not on the real thing, on the thumbnail, not on the word air balloon, but on the thumbnail right here. Single click.
It worked.
It worked this time? Okay. Then we'll go down here and choose hue saturation, and we're going to flip around the hue marker. Now, flipping the hue marker is similar to, again, putting on sunglasses where everything changes color. So it's not like I'm just changing the pink to yellow or the orange to green. I'm changing all the colors. Okay, so there's something else we can do if we want to change only the pinks or only the greens. But right now, this is flipping all the colors of the masked area. Yes, Mary Ellen?
When I went to create another layer, it
Not
Maybe-
another layer. Go ahead and share your screen because we want to see what's happening by now. And we're not creating another layer, we're creating a hue saturation layer, which is technicality, but it is a bit different. alarm break, but I'm gonna finish this. Okay, so. Oh, you made a layer, look at your masks. You have mask upon mask, and that gets really confusing when the computer doesn't know what to do. So let's go to your history and get rid of that. Click on history, the top one. Yeah. And then you added a vector mask. So go back one to layer mask. There you go. So now you're back to having one mask. See that? But you didn't create an adjustment layer mask. Instead, you created something called a layer mask, which is right next to it. And we don't want a layer mask either. So go back. See how it's a mask on the same thumbnail? Go back. Okay, good. So now you still have your selection loaded. See how it's loaded? Still have it loaded. Now go down here and choose the circle. You had gone to the one on the left. Yeah, there we go. And then click on hue saturation. Cool. Now the hue saturation has created itself. What she had created there was a layer mask. This is a different creature that we haven't talked about yet, and it goes on the same layer. This is a hue saturation layer. It's an adjustment layer. And now, yeah, you can move your hue around to play around and to get a different color. Okay, so that one there. Move it around. Do you see that, Mary Ellen? Click on that little triangle and move it. And then turn on your background again so you can see how well it goes or doesn't go, or match the eyeball. The eyeball right here. No, you double click to open it up. Cancel. Hold on, you double click to open the thing that modifies that thing. We don't want that. Say cancel changes and just say yeah. Yeah, okay, so now you just want to see it. So the eyeball, turn on the eyeball. There we go. Okay, so now you have your background there, your air balloon here, and you just changed its color right there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, cool. I'm gonna stop your sharing. And go back in. I'm gonna complete this whole thing. I'm gonna take a screenshot and then we're gonna take our next break. So what's happening right now, and this is pretty crucial, is that my balloon is changing its color because of this hue saturation layer. And if I now grab my balloon and move it, we're in trouble, right? Because the balloon and the hue saturation layer are two different creatures. And this is my original balloon, and I've left the mask where it was. Okay, so what's happening is the mask is going, oh, you asked me to change the color of whatever was blue to green, and so now it's affecting the sky. But what I wanted was it to affect my balloon. So we need to link these two. So select, there's a different way of linking them that we did before. Last time we linked them in a different way. What we're going to do is we can do it with a shortcut. Those of you who like shortcuts, we're going to hold down the Option or Alt key and see when you put your mouse in between these two, it kind of brings it in to subsume, so to say, this one to the other. The other way to do it, which might be easier if you don't like shortcuts, is to have the tools opened up by double clicking, and then you have that little icon right here, and this right there. And so now the image got linked to that one. So once again, if I don't have them, it's called a clipping mask. I'm clipping them together like a little paper clip. So I hold down either the Option or Alt key and click right there, and I do it by hand, or I go over here and I have to bring up the tools again. If the tools were gone, I bring up the tools of the hue saturation layer by double clicking, and then I click on this little icon right there, and I've clipped this to that. What's the advantage of that is that now if I decide to move the balloon, whoops. If I now decide to move the air balloon, it's hello? Oh, no, I'm sorry. The clipping mask doesn't link them. I do need to link them. The clipping max affects only this, so it's not affecting the background like before, but it's still unlinked. So sorry about that. That was my bad. We don't need to do that. We could, but we still need to link them like we did the first day. Sorry. So I've undone that clip. You can still clip it and it's good because then if something happens to them, the background doesn't get changed. But really what needs to happen is they need to be linked, which is what we did the first day. So select the one, shift and select. So you select both. So once again, select one, whichever, bottom or top. Hold down shift, select the other. So now both are the same color. Then you can either do a shortcut like right click and choose to link layers, or you can go to this little tiny arrow right there. And it doesn't share itself. Hold on. Or you can go over here and just click on link layers like that. And now these layers are linked. So if I try to move it, the mask moves with the layer wherever it goes. Okay. So now the bright pink balloon that was ever bright pink is following me around. So we've had two different layers here, and I see your hand, hold on. We have the statue layer that we kept modifying it just by double clicking the open camera raw. And then we have this one that to modify it, we had to keep adding adjustment layers to it. So it's two things that came from two different images, and they got modified in two different ways in order to now become one composite tool. But they're both, we keep changing. I can go this one up and go, no, I don't want it to be blue. No, I want it to be yellow or green or whatever I want it to be. And this one I can just double click this little icon and it opens up back in color raw, and I can now make it all be yellow and I'll say okay. And so I can keep modifying them back and forth at heart's content, but in different ways because they came in as in different methods. Okay. So now if I know there's questions, I'm gonna take questions. So yes, Mary Ellen.
Yeah, I lost my image. It's like it's off the other side of the screen.
Yeah, that's possible. If you turn this off and suddenly you don't see anything, like maybe now it's like way over there or something. Is that what you mean? Like the image is gone?
It's black, and then the let me share.
Okay, yeah, share your screen. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. I'm trying to get into the Zoom, the share. There we go.
Okay. I'm just seeing black. Oh, that's what you're seeing. Okay, so that's you're sharing me the fact that you're just seeing that. Okay, so now go ahead and do a command or control 0. Command 0 because you're on a Mac. Well, you're in Photoshop. Actually, you need to click first somewhere here in this background because right now you're showing me Zoom. Click there. Now command or control the command 0. You're on a Mac. There we go. Okay. So now you're back. Whenever things go out of proportion, you had zoomed in somehow, then command 0 is fit the screen. So it's like, bring it all back to where I can see it all. Okay, sometimes you're zoomed in so much, or in this case, you had moved yourself over to the workspace. So command 0 brings it all back into the spot that you need it to be. Now, while you were doing that, you had your hand up while I was explaining the last step. So do you need me to review the last step again?
Yes, please.
So now go over to your layers and select, one is already selected over there. Now hold down the shift key and select the air balloon. No, no, not that, this layer. You're trying to connect both layers. So let me explain again. We're trying to select both layers at the same time. So see how now by doing that, both of them changed color to the same level? Okay. Now we want to link them. So go ahead and do a right click and link layers. Cool. So now turn on your background again by eyeball. Nope, the eyeball. Yep, good. So now you can go over and touch your balloon and start moving it around. Does seem like at some point you already moved it. Yeah, go to the air balloon layer and move the layer. Yeah. See, you already did though. Move it ahead of time before you had linked them. See that? So let's get back over here. Like I see two moves over there. That might be where you unlink them. So let's click on this so that you lose that move. And now turn on this color eyeball so that we can see it. So we see, no, they're not there. So you moved it at some other point. Maybe you moved it over there. I'm not sure. At some point you moved your hue saturation layer. Maybe it's in your original that it's moved. I don't know. Maybe I already brought it moved because I don't see any other moves here. But right now your hue saturation layer, you know what? It's not that. You probably brought it in from your original moved. Now that I think about it, because that's a white line, which is the cutout line. And here all we did was change colors. Yeah, so this came in moved. So in your original image of this balloon that you did the other day, you probably have your mask a little bit moved, and that's what you copied and brought in. So it's okay for now, don't worry. This is nothing you can fix in here. It came from the file that you brought in. But let's not lose, let's link these two again because now we lost the link. So go ahead and click on that one, hold the shift key and click on the next one. Good, right click and link them. Nope, that was a single click, so you lost it. Yeah, now right. Two fingers, yep, there you go, and link layers. Perfect. Good, got it. Yes, Dominic?
Yeah, so does there happen to be any other way to link the layers? I use an app on my phone to use shortcuts on my computer keyboard.
Okay. Yeah,
It's not ready to
so let me
push it.
share my screen. Maybe that's why the click wasn't working before. I wasn't keeping track of that, or I didn't know that. So now that I know. So yeah, so let me unlink them. And then if you go up to layers at the very top, you can go down to layers right there, link layers right there.
Oh, cool. Perfect. Thank you.
Cool, you're welcome. So now I've been moving things around everywhere, so I'm gonna move. Okay, so that's where I had left it, but I had left it modified. So now I'm gonna double click again and back to temperature to as is because I just was playing around to show you that. And there we go. So if everyone's good with that, I would like a final screenshot where we can see. Oops, I stopped my share. So what we're doing today, I mean, it might seem a bit tedious. We're doing a ton of work on masking and sharing and moving things around. I'd like a screenshot of these areas. Let me actually select these two so you can see that they're selected. Of the fact that we changed things individually. This one through Smart Object, this one through hue saturations, and you can keep adding other hue saturation layers as much as you want. I can now click on this one again and then make another hue saturation layer, this time based on, I don't know, brightness contrast or whatever. And then just brighten the balloon, or, you know, you can keep, there's so many different possible changes that you could make. But right now, all I want is a screenshot of that. And one more. That's the final. Oh, that's not the one that I just did. This is the one that I just did. I should have left it a different color. Okay. We had two images combined into one composite, and we modified them in two different ways. The top layer, air balloon, to modify the top layer. We had to command plus command or control plus click on the thumbnail in order to pick up the selection. Then we added a new hue saturation layer to change the colors. In order to move the balloon, we had to link the layers. By shift, click, shift, and then right click and choose link layers. All right. The bottom layer we modified by double clicking and opening, double clicking on the smart object icon in the thumbnail to modify inside of Camera Raw. Okay, this one. Okay. There we go. So my goal right now is to give you guys a break, but my homework that I'm asking you to do already is to please open any two images. Again, it can be two images of my sample images, or it can be yours. Put some things together. It doesn't matter yet if they match or don't match. We're slowly learning the skills, and to begin to create, to modify those, not in their original, but inside of this new place that we're modifying them, okay? With adjustment layers, or if you brought it in as Camera Raw. So I want you basically to do this as your homework. I'm going to begin to write the homework. Day 3, is this only our day 3? We're doing so much given this is only our day 3, but it's many hours for one class, and so it's pretty crazy how much we're doing. And so basically, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put that same set of things there. It's not, I'm not gonna write it in yet, but I'm gonna put the same set of things that I just wrote in there. And I'm gonna just tell you to do that. So as homework, what we're gonna do is combine and modify them in different ways. So basically, I'm going to shift this. I was going to write this all at the beginning, but I already wrote it. All right. So anyway, I'll keep modifying the verb, but that's going to be part of what I'm going to need you to do. All right. Let's first take a break. It's 12:40. That's pretty convenient. Here we go. Let's make this one a little bit longer. Let's take a 15-minute break, lunchtime. Take 15 minutes and be back at 12:55 p.m. Okay. See you guys in 15 minutes. Here we go. All right, come on back. My husband and sweetheart had some lunch for me, and I'm like, I don't know that I have time to eat it. So I was like, "Oh." Which is not the best way to eat, but I'm just trying to be helpful, and it smelled good. All right, so there then, I see you there. Becca, Barbara. No, if you're here, let me know. Dominic, you're still there. And Shelly she's had a deadline, so she's in and out. Okay,
Also, if you have time now, that'd be great, but if not, no worries. So I found how to link the layers the way you showed me. The issue is like I don't have the ability to select both the layers by shift.
oh, shift,
Because
click,
for some
shift.
reason, the shift key just does not translate correctly on my app. So if there's any other way to do that, but if not, I'll figure it out.
Shift, click, shift to select multiple items is such a, I mean, Word, Excel, Mac, PC, shift, click,
Yeah.
shift is such a big one that there should be some equivalent to that in any app, meaning it's not a Photoshop exclusive thing. Rather, it's a very typical, like if you want to select files and you want to show more than one. So so maybe do invest it. I don't know how to,
Yeah.
that one I don't.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah. It's more of a computer shortcut than a Photoshop shortcut. So there's no other
Yeah.
way to tell it to. I'm wondering if there's some way to go using the up key or the bottom key or something. No,
I'll probably just use like a facial gesture on my Mac or something.
do something like that. Yeah.
Sure, I can work that out.
It's fascinating how you are making the computer work. I wish I could know more about your program, which I don't, but
Yeah, no.
does it have a name? I mean,
Oh, the app.
Can you share with me the name? Yeah.
Yeah, the app that I use, Remote Mouse Plus.
Remote Mouse Plus.
Yeah, and so it's very configurable. If you purchase the like lifetime, it's $10.
Mhm.
You can map any keyboard shortcuts on the phone. And
Wow.
so I have like several different layouts or like prefaces depending on what I'm doing. So like when I'm editing or working or playing games, it's all mapped out. So it's very
Amazing.
cool.
That's wonderful. I
Yeah.
talk about places where computing makes such a huge difference, right?
Definitely.
But I don't know the answer to shift click, so
Okay.
maybe I don't know if there's something I can look at. Knowing the name of the name, I could try to look into it, but I'm sure you'll know much more about it than me because I've never seen that app, but I can
No,
look into it. But anyway, just explaining that should be something that when you want to select multiple things at the same time, shift click shift is a very, and just because I want you to be able to find a solution to this, let me just share. You have a Mac or a PC?
I'm using a MacBook.
Okay. So say on a Finder window, if you want to select from here, shift here, anything that's in between, right? But if you are wanting to select individual things, it would be, it's not shift, click, shift. It's actually click, shift, click. I wrote that wrong. I've been saying it wrong. It's click, shift, click. And in
Right.
any order, click, shift, click. But then if you want to select individual things, then it would be click, command, then you can click on that one and that one and that one and that one, right? So that's command. And again, this is a computer thing, not like PC. For PCs, it's control, and for Mac, it's command, and it's shift for both of them. So that it's like to select individual things that you want to select, that would be command, and all like a sandwiched in between the bookshelves, it's click, shift, click, and then it's everything. So I'm sure that if that there must be something in that app for that, because it's Excel anywhere you want in the computer world. That's a, like command as or save is for the entire world of computers. Same with this one. All right, so yeah, let me know next week if you find something that I'd be curious to know. All right, hi again, Barbara. So So thanks everyone for showing back up, and here we go. So to summarize, we've been able to modify images brought from two different locations in two different ways. One, we modified it by double clicking on this and reopening an individual camera raw tool. This one, we had to reset up a mask to modify it that way and to click them so that they're linked so that we can move it with its own mask. And then this one is movable individually. Yeah, so lots of good stuff there. But I know that I'm packing a ton of information into this one image, but that doesn't mean that this is the image that we're creating. I want you guys to take the knowledge and as homework, bring it back up in, so I'm beginning to write. I need to move it up, but I'm going to write again that I want you, whoa, I did not mean to move that up, to create that yourselves. Now, if you can, be putting the step-by-steps of how we've been doing that. I've been writing it pretty detailed on mine so that you can go in and shift that. And I wanted to say that there is a way to search the Padlet if you want to search for the posts that you made. So if I write Diana in there and I say like that, then you can see the posts that I've made only. So you can read the kind of step-by-steps of how we've been following through with the project, okay? Or if when you want to read your own, you know, like there we go. So now I'm seeing Dominic's posts and stuff like that, okay?
I could type in Shelley.
Shelley is wonderful. Yeah, she's always so good at writing all the details and all the stuff. So today she's been on a deadline, so she's been in and out. But Shelley's always been a wonderful person to look when she's in class because she just like writes all the description. She's been working today, so she's there and she's listening in, but she's not doing the long posts today. But at some point, I'm sure she'll catch up and do them. All right. But being aware that she's not there, I've been trying to write more in my posts than normal. Okay. So now what I want us to do is figure out a little bit more of what we can do with Photoshop. So this is great, but a lot of people go, I don't want to put birds in my skies. I don't want to put balloons in my whatever. I don't want to change it. I just want to make them look better. I want to modify them and make them look better. But I want the same photo that I normally use. So I'm thinking, for example, a bit earlier, this photo that you took, Rebecca, or this photo that you took, Mary Ellen, that you guys posted. So how do you take, you know, the stuff that you have and make them better without making a fantasy out of it, right? Let me just open this for a second. So it's easier to show you these changes by putting a balloon on a sky or whatever, but the techniques are the same. So if you wanted to just highlight the colors of the bird in one way, right? And so you made it more vibrant in one way, but then you wanted to maybe make the trees not look bright green because it's the desert and it didn't make sense to have, well, it's not that these are bright green, but say that these didn't need to be modified, then you could have just masked the bird, affect the bird only, and not affect the background. Maybe the sky here is kind of murky, and then you would have to just mask everything else and make the sky a little bit less murky while keeping the front still looking like it's a desert, right? So it's not like you need to be doing composites in order to use all of the tools that I've been teaching you, right? But how to make those masks and how to modify has diverged really in a big way, literally since 2024. We're now on Camera Raw, we can make some pretty good masks that we couldn't before. Now, when I say pretty good, an image, let me turn this off, an image like this one, Camera Raw would be able to pretty easily separate this stuff from the sky because it's a very easy answer. But once again, the rose that, it's not a rose. What flower is this? No, I don't know. What flower is this? What's that?
It's a lotus.
Oh, one of my mom's favorite flowers. How could I have not known? But that's a lotus leaf? That's
Uh-huh.
interesting. Okay, so I guess I usually see them in water and I wasn't putting two and two together. So, but if you take this photo and try to mask it in Camera Raw, even though it can do an amazing job with the pinks and the greens and the whatever, it would still have a really hard time masking it. So all of the masking tools are still really important. Now, we haven't done too much in the world of masking tools. We've just used the quick little select subject. So we're going to spend a little bit of more time on that. But I want to also show you some other features that might make a photo great or not. And then earlier on, we opened this balloon. And I don't know if you remember, but there's this kind of blemish, like a weird thing there. And who knows where it came from and what it is, but that distracts me. And it's not like altering reality, but just fixing some things that are not okay. And again, before in Camera Raw, we didn't have good tools, but we have much better tools right now. But there's ridiculous amounts of really good tools in Photoshop to do retouching. So we're going to spend a little bit of time of retouching right now because it's kind of fun. But I'm going to just show you, since we already opened this one, go ahead and open it again. Let me just show you again in Bridge. Go open the original balloons that we worked on. Wherever you left it, if too bright, too dark, whatever you did to it, doesn't matter right now for all of us in one way or another, unless you went really, really dark and just kind of hid all that. No, even really, really dark, you still have that thing going on there. So we're going to go ahead and see how we can do some retouching, which is relatively basic in Camera Raw. But for things like this, it'll work just fine. And then we're going to try to see that really detailed amount of work that you can do in Photoshop with retouching. So we're going to start playing with that. But now I want to get a bit closer to my issue, so to say, to my area. So I'm going to click and get up closer. So if I just click a little bit and it doesn't get close enough, and you try to do the Command plus plus plus, it still works inside of Camera Raw. So you can kind of see what it is that we're talking about. And I'm going to go ahead and head over on the right side of Camera Raw. There's all these tools. And we're going to go the third one down, which is like a little eraser tip, I guess, pointing down. We're going to click on that one. And there's so many ways. This is also pretty new. See how it says it's new? So it's giving you, when something's new, it's giving you a little example, and see that surfer there. Now you can choose what to remove, and it removed it, but it didn't just remove it, it also had to generate some new stuff. Although if you pay attention to even their sample, their spokes here didn't get renewed. See how the spokes are missing even in their little sample because the surfboard was there. So this isn't, it's not perfect, but it works. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and say next to have it show us a few. The remove that removes blemishes is the one that we're going to use. So I'm going to go ahead and say next to that one. And here it's going to just show you, this is only if you do that for the first time ever. So here it's going to remove, but see, it had to generate all that stuff that didn't exist behind him. You see that? So it's a remove with generative AI. So you kind of select a little bit around the shape you want. You're not being perfect like a mask. And then you're hoping that the computer knows how to do that. Notice, look at her shadow. Look at her shadow and how her shadow is going to change a little bit. Because you get rid of his shadow, but you had to touch hers. And so then it gives you a few options, 1, 2, 3, to choose which one you like better. So that's the one we're going to do. So if you already had said yes to this, you didn't have these little demos, then we're just going to say agree. Now this is a very simple blob with nothing that's being generated. But there's 3 tools here in the remove tool. There's the remove, there's the heal, and there's the clone. These are all tools that we have inside of Photoshop. They're just starting to put them in Camera Raw. The remove was there before, but not with a generative AI. So they're getting better. They're more useful right now still in Photoshop, but these are, each time you use them, I'm more amazed by how well they're working. Now, this is a really quick one. We just want to remove that, right? So one important thing is to make the size of my mouse only a bit bigger than what I want to remove. And especially in this case, it's an easy one because there's nothing around it. But if that blemish was here, we'd have to be careful not to want to remove a piece of the balloon or something. But I want to show you a shortcut. We're going to be making the size of our mouse bigger and smaller a lot. And we've already done that with the masks. So don't, in case you forgot, the two keys that are next to the letter P, those are also ways to make your mouse bigger or smaller. And for some reason, it's not working right now with this, so I'm going to have to make it this way. But anyway, I'm going to just go ahead and click and draw a little bit bigger than the blemish and let go. And then you can tell it what you want to do. I don't need to add anything, but say that I wanted to also remove this and also remove that, then I could add some more. Right now, I'm happy with that, and I'm going to click remove. And AI is going to think. Now, this is such a simple one that it could have been done for years without AI. But with AI, there it is. That thing has been removed. I'm going to go ahead and undo that over here with this little arrow. I'm going to reset it so we can show it again. But I see a hand first. Yes, Mary Ellen? I can't hear you.
Where did you find remove?
Okay, so we were up here in the basic setup, like in the openings on the far right. So if you've moved your camera raw around and you're not seeing your tools, make sure to see all your tools. And then there's a couple different ones. And then this one here is the remove, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then I changed the size of my thing that I wanted to change. And then I just drew a little bit over it and let go. And here it gives me the choice to add something else. So for example, now I'm doing it a second time. I might want to add also that I want to remove these handles. So I'm going to remove handles, but anything that's been colored is going to be added fake. So you don't want to add much more than what you need. I'm going to say remove, and it's going to think. Oh, and interestingly enough, this time it removed that one, it removed this one, but then it created a different handle here. See that? Because it's not just remove, it's generative remove. And it went ahead and created something that I didn't ask it to do. But let me just show you. There's 3 variations that it gives you always. And I wanted them all removed. Instead, it gave me a handle that's not like the handle I had before, and it removed another one. So now I can click on variation 1, variation 2, not much different, and variation 3, not much different. It didn't give me much changes. For some reason, it decided I wanted that, and I didn't want it. So now I'm going to try to remove it again. I'm going to go ahead and do that. But instead of saying generate, there used to be the one that's just remove. It didn't have to be generative remove. I'm not sure why now it's making it generative remove. I thought you could just remove it. Is the only option now generative remove? That's weird. So now it removed it, but it left some weird shadows. So I'm not really happy with the result. Let me see, 1, 2, and 3. None of the options are actually something I like. I can do much better than that in Photoshop. But anyway, I see that there's questions, so I'm going to go up here to where it's giving me the choices to remove, and I'm going to undo and go back to the beginning. And now I'm going to take questions. Yeah. Play around, try to eliminate the lines, try to eliminate the balloons, see what you can do. Some of you might find good examples, some of you might not. Yes, Mary Ellen?
Yeah, it says this feature is not available when I tried doing the remove.
Yeah, I got the same thing.
Okay, you're in VDI, but do they have 2025? NVDI, did they have 2024? Because this is pretty new to Camera Raw.
I'm pretty sure this is 2025 that I'm using.
Okay, I didn't know if VDI had updated to 2025 or it was still 2024. Last time I taught in November, it was still in 2024. in December, I'm sorry. And Mary Ellen, it's also possible that you have an operating, do you have an older computer?
No, I bought it
Yeah.
last year.
Pretty new? Sometimes it's not about new or old, it's about the power that it has. Let me explain. You can have a new computer, but it can be that it's not. Generative AI needs a lot of power, and for better or for worse, Photoshop could be used by many computers before, and more it's becoming a little bit more restrictive in that when you want to use the generative tools, it needs a whole bunch of processing power. I don't know if that's the reason, but one thing I'm saying is make sure to have any other app you have open on the computer off, turn everything else off except for Photoshop and Bridge and Zoom, just to help it have more processing power. But if the feature isn't there at all, it could be that you have like a different version of Camera. Like I have Camera Raw 17.0. Sometimes when you open Photoshop, you need to upgrade Camera Raw separately from Photoshop, and it could be that you're still like at 16 or 15 Camera Raw. Just giving you ideas of what's possible, why the option is not there. Other than that, you can also turn off use generative AI, which is I was looking for that feature, and just say, no, I just want to remove. I don't need to invent new stuff. And for removing something like this, it'll work just as well. Okay, so now look at that, it's gone. It's gone, and it didn't use generate AI. And now, in fact, it's probably going to do a much better job of this than the generative AI did, because I didn't really want anything there. And nope, now it's bringing a piece back and a piece back. So as I said, I prefer this in Photoshop, but it's getting better and better. So I'm always keep trying. So I can see that there was something there. I'm going to keep kind of going over it a little bit. And ultimately, one of the hardest things, believe it or not, for computers to handle is this gradient of colors. Like if this was flat, it would have disappeared really quickly like that. But over here, we have a gradient of lighter gray, dark gray, but it's lighter to dark. And that's the one that's the hardest for it to handle. Look there, it just copied from the right and brought me that line. So, you know, you just go back and forth until you get what you want. I'm going to undo all of that again. And you can also tell it to detect objects. This is similar to before. And I'm going to say detect objects. And I'm going to see, well, that would be unfair. I was going to say that I wanted to tell it to delete the lines, but that's not an object. Let me turn off the detect objects. Let me see with generative AI, and this is really testing the system, if I can get rid of the balloons. I doubt it'll know to create a new, give it a bit bigger. I doubt. I'm saying I doubt because in the past it wouldn't have been able to do it, but I'm not 100% sure that it wouldn't know. And see what I'm going to do right now, because every time you try it, it gets sometimes more intelligent, sometimes uses features that are unnecessary. I'm going to now make my mouse smaller, and I'm going to add this because I didn't want such a big mouse for that portion. And it's going to have real trouble there with those lines, I can tell, but I don't know what it'll do. I'm curious. And I don't want to confuse it by also adding that, because then it has to think of two completely different things. So I'm just going to do the balloons. I did turn generative AI, and I'm going to give it a chance to prove me that it's amazing. Later, we're going to go into, okay, let's see. It has 3 choices. That's the first variation. Variation 2. Okay, and variation 3. That's pretty bizarre. I don't like any of those variations that it gave me. I can also tell it, no, just remove. Don't give me generative remove. So I'm going to go back here and go back to just remove and have it think again and just remove. Don't create anything else. Let's see what it does now. Nope, didn't work too well. All of this we can do much better in Photoshop. But there we go. You never know until you do it. And if I want it to try again, I can click refresh and it'll try again. But yeah, it's not going to do a good remove. So I'm going to just reduce that. I thought it wouldn't do well, and it didn't. They show you the samples with this, you know, surfer in the water, and it's very easy to generate a whole bunch of water, but to create this background that is not clear what it is, piece of a filing cabinet, yeah, it's like, well, what do you want me to create, lady? And so it's just giving me whatever. But play around with it because it's pretty interesting. The kind of things that it can do are getting more and more intelligent. Now I'm surprised that it didn't do this well. This it should have been able to do well. And it should have been able to get, oops, to give me a nice background of, my mouse is, cancel. It should have been able to give me a good clean gradient, but it didn't give me a good clean gradient. Anyway, all right, so this is a very simple blemish. It did a good job with that blemish. Right now, that's all I'm gonna show. The next, that's the only thing I'm gonna do with remove. The next tool, this one, the healing tool, I used to like much better. You can make it be also whatever size you need it to be, and you can feather it so that what you're creating blends a little bit more into the new place. We'll see how much it needs it. I'm just going to feather it a little bit, just a little bit, so that it blends a little bit better. Kind of like when you showed me the cropped shape that I said the edge of that balloon that I called bad cut was a very sharp edge. When you feather it, you might get a little bit of a softer. Remember I showed in the Kobe Bryant that the legs edge was a bit softer. That's an example of feathering where you can blend it a bit more into the new shape versus the badly cut balloon that was a sharp edge. So you don't know until you do it how feathered it will be, but you give it a try. And now let me see what it'll do with that. Look at how much better, no generative whatever, and see how it's gone? It's pretty amazing, right? Let's just move it up a little bit. I'm going to do it with this one too. And there you go. So not one, one tool or another tool, you need to try them all and see for your image in that moment, which one's better. And in this case, that was the perfect tool. For the most part, I've been finding that you can't go wrong. This one still works as it used to work. It's getting more intelligent, but it's not used to work. Versus the generative AI, the remove tool sometimes is amazing and sometimes is like, what are you doing? You still don't really know because they don't control it. So anyway, I kind of like the heal tool. I've managed to get rid of that. Now, I don't know if I was as far as to tell it to get rid of all this, if it would know what to create. But since I'm having a bit of fun here, let me see. Edges are really hard for these tools because they try to copy from somewhere and there's nowhere to copy from. But I'm going to give it a quick little try to see what it attempts to do with this edge, which is tricky because I know that edges have never been its strong subject matter here, but I'm just going to give it a try. Okay, it got rid of some weirdness, but then it repeated some other parts of the shape. I can try it again. Not bad, but it keeps giving me stuff. Yeah. So there's another tool in Photoshop that I can show you, but right now, if I want to get rid of this completely, which no matter how many times I'm doing it, it keeps giving me a line, then I'm going to have to work on the clone tool. So it got rid of a lot of that weird stuff, right? It just didn't get rid of everything, and it's creating some other lines in here. And that's because of how the tool works, which is a bit weird. Anyway, I brought it all back in. I didn't mean it to bring everything back in. That undo undid everything. Sorry, I wanted to undo just one step. Oh well. Let me just, these two were very quick. Make it a little bit smaller. Let me go back there. Those were quick to fix. When you draw something over here, it has to know where to copy from. And when you use this tool, it goes and says, outside of the circle that I just drew, what can it bring in here? Because it's not generative AI, it doesn't invent. It brings something else from the image, which is why if you make this line right there, what it's going to look outside of, it's going to see that black line, or it's going to see balloons, right? Let me undo that because I didn't. So it'll bring those in, but you keep trying and make a different selection. And look this time. This time, it got rid of that. You see a squiggle there, but other than that, it's a pretty good squiggle. So maybe this time you try smaller and maybe you do little bits and, oh, this time it brought that in, which is not what I wanted. Why can't I do a simple undo? Let me see if I trash here. It gives me just that last one. Yeah. That was interesting. That one only did the last undo. That one there undoes everything. That one undid only that little bit. So now when I do that, it got rid of just that little bit. Now, if I try to do it all again, usually these big ones don't work too well, but who knows? Yeah, it brought in some balloon again. So now I'm gonna undo that. But anyway, yeah. When you use the clone tool. So now I've undone everything. Actually, let me go and redo that. Redo this and redo this. Now let me show you over here, you have something called show overlay that was turned off. If you have it turned on, it'll show you where you've been doing stuff. It can get in the way if you just want to see the final point, but if you want to wonder which changes are kept, then it shows them to you, and you can select this one and work on this one again, or select on this one and work on this one again. So the cool thing is it's showing you to give you this copy, it copied from here. To give you this color, it went up there. To give you this color, it went up there. To give you this one, it took it from there. Does that make sense? It's showing you its job, what it did, because it didn't invent. It went to some other part and brought it in. So you can turn this on or off to see it. You don't need to see it. It's just to show you the work if you're interested, but other than that, you can leave it off. And then if I go on and try to use it here, this is where it go, if you show the overlay, it shows you that it took it from there, which of course, the only way to take it from there is to bring in that little guy. So I'm gonna undo that last one. So what you can do with the clone stamp tool is tell it where to choose from. So the heel just chose for you, and the clone, you tell it where to choose from. So you need to select an area for it to choose from. And I am gonna show you this one in Photoshop because it works much better in Photoshop. So there's 3 different ways. Right now, I'm going to love that this is what it did. Even then, it didn't do such a great job here on the gradients, but much better than before. And all right, so hopefully you've been playing around with all of these features. Any questions, anything that did or didn't work, something you want to try again before we go? Oh, and you just want to see the before and after. That little eyeball, of course, toggles it to see that basically all we did is we got rid of the handles in that guy. Any questions? Anything that didn't work or that did work?
On the visualized spots, it kind of gave me an outline. What, I'm wondering what that's supposed to be doing. Yeah, like that.
Okay, so this is made for people who want help trying to figure out what needs to be retouched. Let me go all the way back to the beginning, remove everything. Visualize spots. No, it didn't. It should have made a little circle around that. How interesting. I was going to show you right now. I went back to the beginning, right? As if I had all those things. When you turn on visualize spots, it first gives you the outlines of things. And then as you move it further, it shows you things. So like if you're looking at a face, I have an image there that's a sample of a face. We're going to go use it. If you move this up, it will like really show you when there's blemishes in the skin, like marks or whatever. And you might have not noticed. This one's very obvious, but you might have not noticed that there was one there and one there and one there. So it helps you find spots where you might need to be doing some cleanup. So I'm going to make my mouse really tiny, and I'm going to go in and get rid of that one, for example. See, that I might have not noticed if this thing hadn't helped me visualize the spots. Does that make sense?
The spots are probably what were on your lens or when they printed it.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be that. It could be just, you know, air molecules being hit by the sun. It could be whatever it could be, right? And so it just helps you visualize them. And so when I turn this off now, there was a spot there that I hadn't noticed. Had I gone up in one-to-one to that area, I might have noticed it, but this thing helped me see them before, and I just went for them. I'll just see there's a little spot right there. I'm gonna do it. So a lot of times when you look at models and stuff and they look flawless, well, guess what? It spends hours of people retouching every pore of their body to make them look flawless. In real life, that's not how they look. It's all Photoshop. Okay, so that's the visualized spots, and you can move it to whatever level of spots you think matters to you. Turn it off. For all these tools, when you use them, since they're very new for Photoshop, you can always provide feedback and tell them what you think, and they keep working on them and making things better. So if you have some really strong suggestion, you're welcome to do that, and they actually to collect that information. There's times when you suggest for years and nothing changes, and then now and then I've heard that they use that to fix things. All right, so right now, basically, I'm back to 0. Let me heal these 2 again for a second so that I can bring them in. Healed. Oh, that's too big. See, you don't want, let me undo that one. You don't want to have something that's much bigger than your blemish, because then you're adding a ton to the thing that's not needed. There you go. So now basically with all those things and nothing else fixed, if I say done, I'll be going back into Bridge. If I say open, I'll go back into Photoshop as a flat file. If I say open as object, I'll go in as camera raw. Okay, those were all of the options that we've been working on. So let's go ahead and say open as just open, because I don't want to go back into camera raw. I just want to open right now. Kind of open. And this image will have opened right now in the regular Photoshop. It's not, there's no little box here. It's not a camera raw. If everyone's with me, give me a yes. If you have any questions before we continue, this is the time to ask. I do want to acknowledge that we're going to be staying, remember, from the first day when I went to Memorial, we're going to be staying in class until 2 p.m. in case you guys forgot or have something to do. I'll keep going after 1:45 for 15 more minutes, okay? Until 2, normally the class will finish at 1:45, just as a reminder that I'm still trying to catch up a little bit on that first day.
It's stuck in raw.
When you said open,
Yeah, it was bouncing back and forth, but I think I'm in Photoshop now.
probably you were in the middle of creating a heel or something and it needed to be done
Finished.
before it could. All right, is all good? You're there, Mary Ellen. Barbara, I think she knows camera raw and stuff because both times that I've been talking about camera raw, she wanted to do something else. She has experience with other apps. And so maybe she does this because this is very similar to what Lightroom. For those of you who've used Lightroom before, Camera Raw is using the same tools that Lightroom uses, only Photoshop has even more, right? So now we're moving into Photoshop. The Camera Raw is the tool that Lightroom uses to process photos. So it's virtually identical, a little bit different, but very minorly different. So all these tools that are coming into Camera Raw are also coming into Lightroom, which before you couldn't do any masking. For any masking, you had to come into Photoshop. Now you can do some masking in Camera Raw. I haven't used Camera Raw for masking yet. For you guys, I've only done it in Photoshop, but you get to a point that when Camera Raw is being used so much, it's almost like I need to teach 2 more classes, one for just Camera Raw, one just for Photoshop, which by the way, I am creating a course just called Camera Raw, and hopefully that one will come up sometime so I can have some new things that I can show you. Right now, I'm really stealing from Photoshop to teach Camera Raw, but you can't anymore teach only Photoshop because they really do, the tools just do go hand in hand so much that you need to be able to use both. All right. So now in this case, what we're going to do, we're going to learn a little bit more about selection tools. So remember I told you that up until now, all we've had is the good old select subject. And in this image, if I were to click select subject, it will probably choose all those balloons. Let's see, select subject. It's thinking, and yeah, it shows all the balloons together with their ribbons. It did not unselect. If you notice here, it selected the balloons really well, but it didn't do a good job of getting rid of that little triangle and those little triangles. But other than that, the line goes pretty well around all of the balloons, which is great. But what if I didn't want all of the balloons? What if I only want to change the color of the orange balloon? Or I only want to change the color of the pink balloon? Maybe I have a photo. I'm going to deselect here, or Command D to deselect. What if I have a very traditional little boy who doesn't want a pink balloon in his party, or a non-traditional little girl who doesn't want pink in its party? I hate pink, and it's so funny. The other day I had to buy some shoes, and the only version they had, for some training shoes, trail walking shoes, the only one they had is pink. I'm like, come on, why do all girls supposedly have to like pink? Anyway, don't get me on pink. But what if I don't want pink in my balloons? Well, I can't use select subject. That's not subtle enough. So then I need to begin doing selections myself. And the selection tools, if I move over to the left, the move tool is the top one. And then the next 3 tools are all selection tools. But within each one, there's variations. So this first one gives me a rectangular selection tool. So let's click on it for the first time. And let's click and drag. And we'll see that we can make a selection, an active selection of something. It's very rare to have a very perfect, exact straight line in a photograph, because unless you really machine calculated everything, usually angles. I'm looking at behind Dominic right now. Look at the windows behind him. They do like that. Or if I wanted to select that window to make it, you know, yellow, I wouldn't be able to with this tool. So there's some limitations to this tool. Same with a circle. So if I click and hold down, I go to the elliptical marquee tool. And if I try to select, it gives me an oval. And if I keep dragging and I don't let go, I can make it any shape oval until I let go. But what's the chance that I'm going to get this kind of egg shape that then like continues, you know, minimal? No, in that case, 0. If I want a perfect circle, I hold down the shift key as I click and I drag the perfect circle out. Again, the chance of having a perfect circle in Photoshop are very minute unless I'm a graphic designer and I'm creating perfect circles. And these are the tools I use. So Photoshop is used by many reasons, and for designers, this is very important. But to select a real thing in a photograph, the rectangle, and if I want a perfect square, I hold down the shift again, I get a perfect square. These tools are quite pretty much useless in Photoshop. Notice that when I select something, and when I select something else, the first one disappears. Boom, boom. And this thing is driving me crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it from these little lines and I'm going to just drag it down and leave it at the bottom for a little bit. I don't need it right now. So I'm going to, now it'll stay where I just put it. Before it was showing up wherever I was using it and it was going me crazy. Okay, so select, 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 the first selection disappears. Whichever order, up, down, left. All right, so what if I want to create a comment? So if I try to select this door, it's actually relatively straight, believe it or not. And I try to select that door. Surprisingly enough, these doors are relatively straight, but by the time you get to the bottom, that's when you can see that it's not, because see how it doesn't follow the line. So anyway, now and then a rectangle might work. Okay, so I'm going to select one time, and then I want to add to that selection. So to add to the selection, same thing we were just talking about with Dominic. To add to something, you first select, then you hold down the shift key, and then you select again. Now I've got 2 selections. I don't know, Dominic, if you'll be able to do this right now, but it's that same good old click, shift, click to do more than one. So hold down the shift key and make another selection. Okay, hold down the shift key and make another selection. So now I've got 4 or 5 selections. What if I join them? Hold down the shift key and I'm gonna overlap them, and yep, they overlap. Now I do have a trick for you in this one, Dominic, if the shortcuts don't work. So I'm going to deselect all of this and I'm going to show you. For people who really do, for everyone else, I highly recommend learning the shift because it is much easier than changing tool all the time. But for this one, there is a shortcut. I'm going to select the first one and then I'm going to go up here and the tool can be set in different modes. And this mode here is the keep adding to the selection mode, right? So now I'm going to move this out of the way. In the keep adding to the selection mode, I can keep adding and adding and joining, and I don't need to hold down the shift key. See that?
I love add to selection modes.
What's that?
I love add to selection modes.
Add selection, yep, that's great. And then this next one will be delete from selection. Everyone else, you guys, hold down the Option or Alt key. So it's Option on the Mac, it's Alt on the PC. Hold that one down. It's right next to the Command key. Okay. Hold down the Option or Alt key. And now see how it turns into a little minus. And now we're going to take out a little chunk. Take out a little chunk. I'm going to take out a little chunk. I'm taking out little chunks. And that is this mode for Dominic or for anyone who doesn't want to do the shortcuts. It's the minus mode, so to say, right? It's take away from the selection until I'm left with nothing. But it's warning me there's nothing left because I selected it all. It's like, okay, right? So this is regular, where I hold down the shift key to add, or I hold down the alt key to take away. And then this thing pops in and I can say deselect, or the shortcut is Command or Control D. All right, if everyone was ever able to add to their selection in one way or another, please give me a yes. Add and take away from your selection. Oh, and one that I didn't show you, if I make a rectangle, right? But then I want to leave like a donut selected, the center not selected, then if I do the good old Option or Alt and take away the selection, this is working like the air balloon worked, where this is the selected part and this is not. Say, for example, if I were to right now, and don't do this, but just watch, if I were to delete this, see how it's literally the that's what happened. But you wouldn't be able to delete anything right now if you have the layer locked. But since I just wanted to show you that it's a donut selection, we don't need to do anything with it right now. So really quick, if you go to the elliptical, same thing, exactly the same thing. I make a circle, I hold down the Command key and, sorry, the Shift key, and I make another selection and they've connected, and then if I hold down the Alt or Option key, I take little chunks away. Okay. So now, while we're doing this, it would be really nice if we could get a screenshot where now I went back to rectangular and I'm adding and taking away from rectangles. By the time I'm done, I'm going to have a little interesting set of selections here with both of these tools. Click and hold and click and hold. So again, Shift is to add and Alt or Option is to take away. I'm going to do a quick screenshot of that, a little bit only. Okay, that's warning me that the original class time is over and now we're moving into 15 extra Norma minutes, let's call them, just to keep bringing her up because I like keeping her in my mind. So rather quickly, I'm going to head over here and remind you that to do selections, Shift to add, Alt, Option to take away. Okay, so just that quick little shortcut. Publish. Okay. So that little guy right there. Back to Photoshop. Okay, and then Command D to deselect, or click on this little handy dandy deselect right there. Now, that's just the basics of selecting. There used to be a couple of other tools here. If you have different tools, Alan, don't forget one thing is that the workspace makes a difference. When I had the workspace with photography for everyone, but if I head down to essentials or core tools or whatever, then we'll discover that there's nothing. There's just the rectangle and nothing else, right? Or if you go to essentials, there's more. There's rectangle, circle, and then there's single line. So remember that what the first day, what core tools you've opened up make a difference. So within the photography tools, those are the two that we have. Now, the next two are more intelligent tools. When I say intelligent tools, I'm not talking artificial intelligence. They used to call this machine learning before artificial intelligence came around, and they are intuitive based on what's on the screen. And then you have the actual artificial intelligence one that we're not going to use right now. But right now we have these two. They operate a little bit differently. Let's head down to the bottom one first. This box. I'm just gonna, this is a quick review of them, and then we're going to spend some time getting better with these tools next class, but we're gonna click on object selection. And object selection, when you click and hold, has 3 choices. Now, some of these choices have been there forever. Magic Wand has been there since the beginning of Photoshop, and it's based on color. Quick selection tool started, I don't know, 12 years ago, which means for 10 years, this was the only automatic selection tool. So this one started about 10, 12 years ago, and this one is based on where the image seems to have an edge, an ending. And then object selection is maybe 3 years old. I'm losing track right now with COVID and stuff, maybe 4 years old. And it will try to recognize if there's a recognizable object, which is basically the select subject here, okay? Because that's kind of what it does. But anyway, so that is the 3 main ones that we have right now. And then this one here, if I click and hold, has the newest brush. This one just came here in 2025. No, maybe it was here in 2024. I think they brought it in. And then you have lasso, polygonal, and magnetic, that these 3 have been since the inception of Photoshop. So from the beginning, Photoshop had rectangle, elliptical, and then it had lasso, polygonal, and magnetic. And these are, the lasso tool is still invaluable for us. Same with the polygonal. We're still going to keep using it, even though they're the oldest tools known to Photoshop. Selection brush tool just showed up. And this one is the one that really is kind of using that. It's a combination of that one and that one. So now back to the original ones, and then I'm going to take answers, but these are the first ones that we're going to use. No, I'm sorry, the original ones, we're going to go to the lasso tool. So click on the lasso tool, and that's because you already know how to use the first 2, because this one works the same way as the top 2. But let me check in with you, Mary Ellen, yeah?
I don't have that icon, the one with the object selection.
It's possible that you have a second one selected, and so it shows you the icon of the second one, or the third one, it shows the icon of the third one. So wherever you drop your mouse and let go, that's the icon it shows you, right? So like right now, it's showing me the lasso tool. If I choose a selection brush, it shows me a selection brush. So see this little tiny box here? It shows you the icon of the tool that you sub-selected. Okay, so if you have this one, click any of these 3, click and hold to the next one.
I don't have that icon.
Okay, so are you in the photography set of tools?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then share your screen. Yeah, there it is. Click on the 4th one down. The one you're on, the right one. Go to the tools. Click and hold the 4th. Yeah, click and hold. Not, you don't need to tick on the little triangle. Just click in the middle of the tool. There. You were right clicking. There you go. Object, quick, and magic wand. The top one is the object. Okay, go to the top one. Yep, there you go.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and now go to the one above. And what you have chosen there is the polygonal. You're moving away too fast. You need to click and hold down. Click and hold down your mouse, like there. And now the second one down, lasso tool, is the one that we're selecting to start with. Perfect. Cool. Let's keep going. Sometimes it's hard to like click hard, click slow, click fast, click middle. It's like, where are these things? Like long click, short click. It gets kind of okay. So lasso tool. So why did I say the lasso tool is the same as those? Because it is, only it's freehand, meaning I can now draw a circle and make my own shape. And if I draw another one, the first one disappears. And if I draw another one, the first one disappears. But if I draw it and I let go right there, it's always going to try to close, and it's going to go straight there. So if you want to close it, go for it, close it. But if you don't close it, it's going to close it in a straight line. Does that make sense, you guys?
Uh-huh.
So now, if I draw something and I want that to stay, I hold down. What key should I hold down to make more?
Shift.
Yeah. Make another circle. Make another circle. Make another circle. Now, if I want to take away from this with a lasso tool, what should I do?
Option.
Option or Alt for PC users, and take away. This one's a little bit harder because you need to understand. Look at, I'm doing a whole circle. I'm selecting a whole circle and I'm closing that circle to get rid of that whole tip. If I just do this, then I let go, it's just going to get rid of that little bit. So you need to complete the circle, completely encircle what you want to get rid of. And if I make a circle in here right now, I'm literally, this would be an example of a donut. So again, I make a circle, and then if I get rid of the middle, I've just made a donut. Okay, so select, shift, select, a little teddy bear. Now I'm going to do the option and get rid of the eyes and get rid of the smile, and that's pretty creepy. But if I were to just keep an eye on that and look, but if I were to make that, I fill it with white, there you go, I've made a little bear kind of thing. Again, what I'm doing right now, you'll never need to do that, but it's just showing you that the selected area has these little things are truly holes in the selected area. Okay, so what I meant by you know how to use it is it's the same thing. Shift, add, or in the case of Dominic, go up to these little guys. 5 minutes left. Okay, now the last one here that I haven't shown you, Dominic, is select only the intersection. And basically, if I do that and I click on this one, which there's no quick shortcut to that, and then I click on that one, the only thing selected would be the intersection of them two. So if you ever want to do that, there's no quick shortcut for that. You would have to use these tools that I showed Dominic. So you select something, and then you select this, then the only thing left behind will be its intersection. For the most part, I find some other solutions, so I don't do that. But anyway, that's that final choice. I'm going to go back. For the rest of us who don't use these, you should live in the top one so you can keep going back. Okay. So those are the basic drawing tools. Now we're going to use this lasso a lot because remember in the original balloon where we had little areas that we had to fix on the mask? I hadn't shown you these tools yet, but this is where you go in and really select those little areas to fix the mask instead of having to use a little brush that wasn't so exact. Does that make sense? So the first day we were painting with a little mask, but now we're not going to do it right now, but that's where you can make little tiny changes and selections. It's with this lasso tool that you really go in there and say, oh, I have a bit of a purple thing here. Well, I can go in and draw a little line along that and then add that to the mask so I don't have that purple line left and stuff like that, okay? So this is a very, very practical use, and it's almost the only way you have left to really pixel by pixel still be able to completely perfectly select something is using the lasso tool. Okay, it's your most cellular level selection tool where you get to, I can just zoom in a ton, and then literally choose just these 4 pixels, right? Or these 3 pixels. So I can really go down to what I call cellular level, pixel level selection. And that's the lasso tool. All right. We only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to briefly run you through a couple of the automatic selection tools so that you can play with them and practice with them. And I want homework where you guys make some selections and show me based on these other tools, which are object selection, quick selection, and magic wand. And I'm going to run through them rather quickly. So if you need to, you can go back and we'll, hone in upon them next week. But object selection tool is kind of easy-ish. It has two setups. If this is turned on, this thing called Object Finder, I think by default is turned on. I think. If it's turned on, then now look what happens when I hover over this green balloon. Instead of everything that it was trying to give me before, it figures, oh, the green balloon is one thing and the pink one's another. And this one's another. And oh, it was able to see through the ribbons that that one's another. You see that? Now this one is having a harder time because it's selecting the purple, but it's got that little thing in there. So it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. It's a harder time selecting the strings as objects though, because it doesn't recognize them as an object, right? So it's quite limited. But if I do want to select this orange one, I hover over it, and when I like it, I just click. And there it goes. It selected just the orange one. Let me deselect, and I'm going to hover over the green one and click, and it got the green one. Now it didn't know to not include the ribbon. So if I, like if I were to say, oh, I wanted to leave the ribbon green, it didn't know that. It included this part of the ribbon. So if I change color of this balloon right now, I'll just rather quickly say that I go to hue saturation and change the color of that balloon. It changed it to purple. It did that whole ribbon, but then this one is still green, right? Because again, it's good, but it's not perfect. So how did I do that? I made a selection of something. We've done that before with the big balloons. Then I went over here and I made a hue saturation. We've done that before too. And then I moved this little guy over and I chose to make it a different color. So we've done that too. The only thing that's different is how I'm making the selection, where this time I'm being able to pick and choose much better. Does that make sense? And here's my sub-selection of that one balloon, which went from whatever original color was. Down here in the middle it was green, and now I'm making it purple. Okay. Now, if what you wanted was all of the balloons, you could have clicked and dragged and made a box around them, and the computer would think it through, and it also figured out and got me all the balloons. But it did a better job than last time. It gave me that triangle that it didn't before. So this is a bit more intelligent than just the generic select subject, right? So if you hover over things that it highlights, that's one thing. But if you click and drag, well, you have to include the whole thing, click and drag, and say, this is what I want to select, it will do a pretty good job of sub-selecting. And in fact, as I showed you before, it got these spaces that the first time it didn't get, although it didn't get that one. But we're getting picky. Now, if it didn't get that one, and let me show you, if it didn't get that one, then that's what we can grab our lasso tool, right? I got my lasso tool. I've put it in the deselect mode, and I can go in here and I can make a little hole myself. So I'm gonna get better at that, but that's the kind of things that you can do when you can see things that are missing. You can keep adding them with that tool. Okay. So now I'm going to go down again with that tool. If I were to change all of the colors of these balloons at once, this is what we had before, right? where I'm changing them all at once, and that's because I dragged the object selection across everything. Now, if you, I'm gonna get rid of these levels, but if you didn't have the object finder turned on, the wizard turned off, then it doesn't do that pre-selection. But if I do like this, because I want the green balloon, it still figures out that that's the green balloon, or like that, then it figures out the orange balloon. So that turning it on or off just kind of helps us visualize what it thinks it's going to see. Okay. 201. So I've reached the end of my showing, and I haven't shown you these two. So it's a bit too much to show you before we're done. Plus, I want to show you selection tools. So we're going to start next week with other selection tools, because I have kept you long enough. Go ahead and do one more object. I don't know, you can't really do a screenshot of these sub-selection lights, but you can click only the balloon, for example, and then do a selection of just the simple balloon being selected or something, and do that as your little dot for this. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in here as this was my, nope, not that. Where's my last screenshot? It's not there yet because I just took it. There. And call this one object selection tool. Okay.
When I use the object selection tool, it doesn't, when I hover over the object, it doesn't
do that.
doesn't
So
do that.
share your screen. I'll show you. By the way, we're officially past 2. It's 2:03. So I'm going to answer questions all you need. But other than that, if you need to go, practice, have fun. I'm going to put in the work and the homework thing. I'm going to add the whole selection tools portion of it, and get to work and show me some stuff and post it and ask me questions if things do or don't work. Okay. If you want to stay, of course, to listen to the questions, go for it, stay. But if you need to leave, class is officially over. So Mary Ellen, can you share your screen so I can give you a hand?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm not finding Zoom.
The double screen sometimes, it helps a lot, of course, to be able to work, but it also does become a bit confusing sometimes to figure out where
Yeah,
to end up.
I'm on my Mac. It's just taking me to the Zoom workplace sign in rather than
Yeah, so go ahead and go down to your dock and right click on the little icon that says Zoom. Sorry, not right click. Yeah, right click. And then say show all windows. And hopefully the window that you need will pop open.
it didn't work.
Okay, so right click on, do you know what I mean by the Zoom icon on your dock?
Yes.
Okay, when you right click, from the bottom it says quit, then hide, then it says show all windows.
It hides all the windows.
All right, then then at the very top of it, it says Zoom meeting participant.
Yes.
Click on that one. Did that bring it up?
Oh, got it.
Sometimes it minimizes itself and it's hard to see. Okay, so sorry, what were we saying? Oh, that your hover isn't on. Okay, so go select your object selection tool. Okay, now go and try to hover over something, and yeah, you don't have it in the same mode. Let me see, go to Over here is, sorry, not over there, it's too big, over here. Click on that. Here, I'm pointing to it. There. Yeah, click on that. It's not turn onable.
It's not turn onable.
Go and hover over stuff in case it did. Go and hover over stuff for a minute. Go to where it says mode. Trying to see what else might be missing. I had mine on rectangle. You can have yours on lasso. Leave it on lasso. It's probably better. Do a refresh over here.
It's not doing it.
Okay. So object finder. Why don't you have the object finder? Yeah, it should be in there and your window's big enough. Okay, let me Google it. Photoshop object finder not showing option to see outline. Let's see. Okay, when selecting the object finder, oh, I'm trying to get Adobe, the support documents, and it's having me sign in, so give me a second. There you go. Looks like your GPO is set to off in Photoshop. Let's make sure we're in default state. There are still settings somewhere. Oh, so it's got to do with your, yeah. So I'm gonna click, this is an answer that I got from click on that link and that, oh, it's too big. It's not giving it to me. It's not letting me put that link in there. I'm making let me share your screen. I went to Adobe tech support and Adobe community, and you have to sign in with your, with your thing, and then people ask questions. The object selection tool, color overlay not showing when moving around image to find selections, which is your issue. So and here it explains that your GPU is set to off in Photoshop. Something else wasn't working for you, and I said that might be that your Photoshop is using different parts of your setup in case you have a new computer or not. But there's here, let me click on this link. You might need to change your Photoshop preferences to use more of your computer's brain power. The other tool wasn't working and this wasn't working either. So that link is that I just posted is to this page. And so if you're not comfy with using, I'm kind of careful to send you here because if you miss setting something here, you might really mess up your computer. But the easiest way to do this is to just reset your preferences, which you might have reset or not already, but I don't know. But let's do this. Oh, you're on VDI. No, you're not on VDI. For a moment, I stopped myself. So go ahead and share your screen and I'll show you really quickly how to reset your preferences. And then after that, hopefully when you try it again, it'll work. If your computer has the capacity, it should work. Okay, so let's head up here to click again on the balloons for a second. Okay, so now up here, go to, go to the word Photoshop 2025. and go to settings. General. Here, general. No. Keep going. Settings was fine. Then move to the right and choose general. Yeah. And now reset preferences on quit. Click on that. And then when class is over, say okay. And class is over. Well, class is over. When we're done, close Photoshop, quit your Photoshop completely. And when you restart it, the preference will be reset to 0. Don't forget to go back here and choose when you're done, when you open up again, re-choose the photography settings. Okay, go ahead and say okay for now on this. Go ahead and when you're done, save everything, all the work, open Photoshop again, and then choose photography over here. Okay, don't do it right now. Save and do everything you need to do. And then when you reset Photoshop, it'll start from 0, like from scratch. And hopefully it'll know to go and select the right things. And then let's see if maybe you do have the right, you know, maybe something there is turned off and you'll go back to having the normal choices. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you on next Friday in a week. Well, I'll see you in between.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
You too.